Good morning. We are live from Council Chamber. Before we begin, I will go over the emergency response plan for this room. In an emergency, everyone must evacuate through the nearest safe exit. Those seated in the gallery take direction from security to evacuate. Council takes direction from myself. After evacuating the room, please proceed to a stairwell, take the stairs to ground level and evacuate the building through the doors marked emergency exit and go to the muster point. Do not take an elevator or walk through the city room. Anyone with limited mobility should identify themselves to security or myself during an evacuation. Finally, please speak with security or myself if you require first aid. Thank you.
Well, thank you. With that, we'll call the November 8th meeting of the Utility Committee to order and start by acknowledging that we meet today on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and the Métis homeland, and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as the Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota Sioux, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. Start with a roll call of committee members. Councillor Paquette.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Morning. Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Morning. Councillor Tang.
Morning.
Good morning. We're also joined by Mayor Sohi today.
Good morning.
Morning. And I saw Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Morning. And Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
I think that's it for the moment. Would accept a motion to adopt the agenda for today's meeting.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I will move that the November 8th, 2024 utility meeting agenda be adopted with the following changes. Addition 9.1 contractual update number 2 and replacement attachment 7.3 bylaw 20959 Epcor distribution transmission, including electrical distribution system franchise agreement.
Great, thank you. Please vote on adoption of the agenda.
Councillor Stevenson is a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Approval of the minutes.
So moved.
That would be for the October 11th, 2024 Utility Committee. Please vote.
Councillor Stevenson is a yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. Protocol items, I'm aware of one. And I'd like to start by again saying good morning, everyone. We'll begin this meeting by acknowledging that today is Indigenous Veterans Day. Our city and our country have been shaped by many contributions of First Nations, Inuit and Métis soldiers, thousands of whom proudly served during the First and Second World Wars, as well as those who continue to serve to this day. As representatives of Edmontonians, it is Council's responsibility to take the lead on building a strong relationship between our city and Canada's First Peoples. We do so by working towards becoming better listeners, connectors, advocates, and partners of Indigenous peoples. These individuals selflessly walk alongside their Canadian Armed Forces colleagues, faced the atrocities of war, and proudly defended peace. This is something we should never take for granted. Indigenous veterans did not receive equal acknowledgement for their service and are still advocating for this today. Their commitment to serving for this country during difficult times, including the era of residential schools, not only speaks to their conviction, but also their ongoing legacy of resiliency. So each year we pledge to never forget. We must also remain committed to advancing reconciliation and fighting racism. I encourage all of us here today, at home or wherever you are throughout Edmonton, to join us in honoring our Indigenous veterans and our Indigenous soldiers. Thank you. I don't think there's any other protocol items for today, so we'll move to selection of items for debate. judging from all that enthusiasm. I'll select items 7.1 and 2. I just have a couple of questions. Councillor Tang?
I will select 7.3, 7.6, which have to be dealt with 7.7 together, and then 9.1.
I did say 7.1, yeah. And I will select also 7.4. Any other selections? I would note that items 7.4 through 7.7 are sort of interconnected. I don't think there's a problem with approving 7.5 now. So I take a motion to approve item 7.5.
So moved.
Thank you. Councillor Tang, please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We're just getting the vote sent now. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That's carried. Chair Norton, would you care to summarize just what we've approved so far?
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair Cartmel. This morning, Utility Committee has approved the recommendation in 7.4, Extended Producer Responsibility Update.
Great, thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I read out the wrong one.
Read out the wrong one?
7.5, Waste Services Climate Action Plan.
Okay, excellent, thank you. All right, we have no requests to speak. We have approved with approval of the agenda that item 7.3 will be at time specific at 1:30. So that takes us then to item 7.1.
Good morning. We have a presentation.
Yeah, let's go. It's fairly quick, eh, Christian?
Always.
Very good, sir. Go ahead, please.
Good morning, everyone. Today we will present Blatchford's Renewable Energy Utilities 2025 rate filing and its fall 2024 supplemental budget adjustment.
I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt you because I think we have the wrong slides on the screen.
That's true.
I mean, if you can make it work, we can, but I'm guessing you want to change the slides.
Thank you. My name is Christian Fralski. I'm the Director of the Renewable Energy Systems Sections in the Integrated Infrastructure Services Department, and with me today is Stephen Chung, Finance Director, Utilities and Land Development. We also have Harm here and Tom Lamston from the Blatchford Redevelopment Office. Next slide, please. In the presentation today, Steve and I will provide you with an operational update of the utility and will then present and discuss its financial situation, including the proposed 2025 utility rates and its relationship to the business-as-usual comparator. We will then present the fall 2024 supplemental budget adjustment and lay out next steps concentrating on work for 2025. Blatchford's district energy sharing system has been operating successfully for 5 years now, providing reliable and renewable energy from plus 40 to minus 40 degrees C. Blatchford is growing, and so is its renewable energy utility. Today, over 40% of the site's developable land has either been constructed, is under construction, or is in the planning and development stage by the Blatchford Development Office. All of the land which is serviced in the first stages of development on the west side is sold or pending sale. So, hundreds more units are on the way. In addition to the townhouse product, this summer it was announced that 4 to 6-story buildings are also on the way, offering a greater variety of housing styles and price points, and also customers to the utility. The Blatchford office is taking holds from home builders for land in future stages. This trend also shows in the growing number of utility connections to date. A few weeks ago, we connected our 100th customers to the system. As mentioned here before, the utility is always aligning the timing and approach to developing the district energy sharing system and its capacity with the community's pace of growth and energy needs. Along with all the construction activity in Blatchford, a $23 million grant from the Government of Canada will help to expand the capacity of the district energy system, and this injection and support is very helpful for many reasons. Utilizing these funds, we recently brought the first energy center to its full generating capacity, which is expecting to service the development for the next few years. These funds are also used for expanding the growing distribution piping network in the community and advance the design of the next energy center in alignment with the community's growth. Blatchford's utility is also one of the city initiatives receiving support through the Government of Canada's Housing Accelerator Fund. This initiative will provide rebates to Blatchford builders with multi-unit housing projects to help integrate the necessary infrastructure into their projects. At full build-out, utilities anticipated to be one of the largest ambient temperature district energy systems in Canada and will significantly reduce greenhouse gas emissions from all buildings in the community and so increase Edmonton's energy resilience. We are also on our way to address the motion passed here at the June 24 Utility Committee and to report back in 2025 with work analyzing a proposed shared utility approach. I will now hand over the presentation to Stephen.
Thank you, Christian. On June 23rd, 2024, administration presented an update to the utility fiscal policy and the 2024 to 2027 business plan to Utility Committee. Included with these reports was a financial update based on revised utility financial modeling, which considered the impacts of the updated land development schedule and reassessed the long-term financial sustainability of the utility. The revised financial modeling reconfirmed the need for a required non-refundable cash infusion. This was originally highlighted as part of the 23 to 26 budget process as a requirement to ensure the long-term financial sustainability of the utility. The current required non-refundable cash infusion is $70 million. The original business case that was developed for the utility highlighted the need for a $93 million non-refundable cash infusion. This amount was reduced due to the city successfully securing a $23 million grant in 2023 from National Resource Canada through the Smart Renewables and Electrification Pathways Program. As previously communicated to the Utility Committee, this infusion was intended to offset the initial capital costs of establishing the utility and to ensure that ratepayers were charged utility rates comparable to what they would pay otherwise outside of Blatchford. This is also commonly referred to as business as usual, or BAU, and will be discussed later in the presentation. Next slide, please. As highlighted in the June 2024 update, current financial forecasting assumed that the majority of the remaining cash infusion will need to be secured before the construction of the next major capital expansion of the next energy center, currently projected for 2028. This would mean that if the majority of the remaining $70 million is not secured before 2028, other financial alternatives will likely be required to ensure the long-term financial sustainability of the utility. Alternatives could include, but not be limited to, higher utility rates compared to BAU, utility rate structure changes, and/or tax levy support. That said, one of the original principles when establishing the utility was that it should be self-sustaining without relying on general tax levy support. As such, administration will continue to explore other external funding opportunities and will bring forward any viable options when available to Utility Committee. As previously highlighted to Utility Committee, current operating shortfalls also continue to be funded by bridge financing through the City of Edmonton's working capital, as the utility is currently not able to earn the required revenue to cover actual cost of operations. Capital expenditures to date also continue to be primarily funded through self-supporting tax guaranteed debt, while external funding opportunities are being explored. While initial planning assumed that the non-refundable cash infusion will be secured before the construction of utility structure before 2028, Initial planning assumed that the non-refundable cash infusion would be secured before the construction of a utility infrastructure before beginning. As such, the incremental debt servicing costs related to funding capital investment with debt rather than external funding will continue to put pressure on the utility's financials until that funding is secured. Both of these impacts have already been considered in current financial modeling, but will need to be reassessed if external funding is not secured by 2028 as mentioned above. It is important to note that these findings are consistent with what was communicated back in the June 2024 financial update, and that the utility will only proceed with the future capital investment at the speed supported by land development requirements and the resulting forecasted customer and system load growth. As the current energy center is forecasted to be sufficient to satisfy expected energy load requirements until 2027, the decision on the type and timing of the next major capital expansion will need to be assessed based on the growth of the utility's customer base and resulting energy load requirements over the next few years. If the required capital investment and or timing of capital spend changes as a result, the amount and timing of the required cash infusion will also need to be reevaluated. Administration will continue to provide updated financial forecasting as appropriate in the future to reassess long-term financial sustainability. These updates will incorporate financial impacts as a result of changing operating and economic factors, such as, but not limited to, updated land development forecasts, utility system forecasts, as well as potential changes to future utility costs and debt financing rates. Next slide, please. The proposed utility customer rates, effective January 1st, 2025, include two rate classes or building types in Blatchford: townhouse lots and multi-unit lots. These rates associate with delivery of energy, which include a fixed monthly charge per day or a capacity charge, and a variable consumption rate based on kilowatt hour of energy used. In addition, one-time infrastructure fees are also included. These are initiated when a builder first connects to the energy system. The rate increases are summarized in the table shown by category. Utility rates for townhouse lots are proposed to increase by 10% for both the daily fixed and variable rates. Utility rates for multi-unit lots are proposed to increase by 2.7% and 10% for the monthly fixed and variable rates, respectively. And infrastructure fees are proposed to increase by 2.7% for both townhouse and multi-unit buildings. Proposed increases are consistent with those approved in the 24 rate filing and align with discussions leading to the approval of the 2023 to 2026 operating capital budgets. These discussions highlight the need to maintain these rate increases through 23 to 26 to ensure long-term financial sustainability for the utility. On average, these rate increases continue to result in energy utility bills and annual maintenance costs in Blatchford that are comparable to BAU, which will be discussed further on the next slide. Business as usual, or BAU, is an estimate of what an average ratepayer outside of Blatchford would pay for heating, cooling, and utility maintenance, factoring energy usage and energy rates. Per the approved utility fiscal policy, administration will strive to ensure rate setting balances the need for Blatchford utility rates to be comparable to BAU, while also factoring in the long-term financial sustainability of the utility. As shown in the following chart, the 5-year rolling average, as shown by the red line, shows that overall Blatchford utility rates have been historically well below BAU and are expected to continue to be below BAU in the future, as this line remains below zero throughout the cycle. On average, utility rates are forecasted to be below BAU by 4.1% over this period. As per the approved Blatchford utility fiscal policy, the 5-year rolling average is used for BAU comparisons to take into account the longer-term nature of utility infrastructure. In addition, this approach also appropriately incorporates the inherent market fluctuations in energy prices for electricity and natural gas, relative to the more stable cost of providing thermal energy through Blatchford. In isolation, the projected BAU variance for 2024 is 1.4%, as shown by the blue line. For comparison purposes, the actual BAU variance for 2023 was 4.9%. As highlighted in last year's rate filing, the primary reason for the sudden increase in the BAU variance was due to abnormally high electricity rates. As forecast in last year's rate filing, electricity rates also began to decrease in 2024 and return to more normalized levels. This is expected to continue through to 2026, as reflected in the variances shown in the chart, with calculations being forecasted to go below BAU in 25 and 2026. As mentioned previously, even with these short-term abnormal fluctuations, the 5-year rolling average continues to remain below BAU. Comparing Blatchford utility rates to BAU is a unique process, as heating and cooling is provided by the utility, while electricity and maintenance costs are provided by external providers. Heating and cooling is also provided in Blatchford through the use of heat pumps in each home, powered by electricity. In a traditional home, the heat pumps are not present, as heating is generally provided through furnaces utilizing natural gas, while electricity is only used for air conditioning. As electricity has recently been much more expensive in relative terms compared to natural gas, this can have a major impact on the comparison to BAU, as higher electricity prices in general will in isolation cause Blatchford utility rates to be relatively higher compared to BAU. It is important to note that the BAU variances being shown, however, are conservative estimates, as what Blatchford customers pay for the electricity is between themselves and their energy retailer. For context, electricity rates used in the BAU variance are based on the RRO or regulated rate option, as they are more relatively predictable compared to fixed price contract rates. The RRO is a monthly AUC approved electricity rate within Alberta and is based on floating market rates for customers that are not on a contract with an energy retailer. However, if a homeowner had decided to sign a fixed contract, the rates that have been offered have historically been much lower than recently approved RRO rates. As such, it is possible that the actual variance each ratepayer is actually experiencing is much lower and to their benefit. These nuances, plus the potential mix of regulated and non-regulated rates for different energy sources, can introduce complexities when comparing utility costs during utility rate setting. That said, there's no immediate need to reevaluate BAU. However, there may be a need to revisit this process in the future to address issues such as, but not limited to, operational needs, legislative changes, and to better support the long-term financial sustainability of the utility. Based on the analysis done through preparing the utility rate filing, administration is recommending changes to the expenditure and revenue budgets for 2025 and 2026 that were originally approved as part of the original overall 23 to 26 operating budget. For the 25 operating budget, administration is recommending a reduction in the expenditure budget of $243,100 and a reduction to the revenue budget of $318,200. For the 2026 operating budget, administration is recommending a reduction in the expenditure budget of $325,900 and a reduction to the revenue budget of $1,215,700. Revenue adjustments are a result of updating for the most current land development forecast and an updated methodology that better reflects the temporary timing difference of multi-unit lots coming online, as well as how long it takes a customer to connect to the utility from the date of land sale. This updated methodology was based on extensive analysis of historical customer connections and energy use for existing customers, where it was found that the time from sale of land to connection was closer to 2 years instead of 1 year as originally forecasted. This timing difference is something outside of the control of the Blatchford utility, as this is based on how builders progress in their projects. Expenditure adjustments are primarily a result of lower forecasted debt servicing costs due to the timing impact noted above, which results in a shifting of capital costs to future years. As mentioned above, this will be a timing difference. These updates were also part of the financial modeling included in the June 2024 update to Utility Committee. These adjustments serve to reflect the administrative process of recognizing these changes officially in the approved budget. I will now pass the presentation back to Christian for next steps.
Thank you. Just finishing up, we are also presenting bylaw 20962 today to amend the utilities bylaw, the utility bylaw 17943. This bylaw report identifies the proposed new fees and charges effectively January 1st, 2025, as well as some minor operational updates to the bylaw. As usual, we will present the annual business case in 2025, and we will also return to committee to address the motion made at the June meeting, in which we will evaluate the variability of a shared utility approach. We're expecting that work in the second quarter of 2025. This concludes our presentation, and of course, we're happy to answer any questions you have. Thank you very much for your attention.
Great, thank you. We'll now go to, we'll go to Mr. Beckett. We do have the benefit of your report, sir, but I'm just wondering if you had any comments.
Not really. I'm available to answer any questions you might have, but this is a pretty simple and straightforward application. The only complication is the business as usual calculation, but administration has had some experience doing this, and they've done it in exactly the same way as they have in the past.
Great, thank you. We'll now go to questions of our delegation. I did. I'm just being polite. I've got, okay, well, I'll trying to be polite. I'll go to some questions that I have then. So I'm looking at attachment 2, and I'm going to start with page 12, which is schedule 15-6. Let me wait till you catch up to me there. So that's that table is contributions in aid of construction. That's the table I'm looking at. Yeah, ready? Okay. So in 2025, the budget, there is a line, prior gross year contributions, $36 million roughly, and then budgeted contributions or budgeted refunds, I'm not quite sure, budget returns, federal, customer, and developer. Can you maybe just explain that?
So those would be the funding we get from the different sources. So developer would be through development as part of the agreement that we have with them to connect to the system. The federal contributions are amalgamation of some of the federal grant money we're receiving. And the customer contributions, I might defer that to Christian.
That is the contribution from the builder towards the utility infrastructure and multi-unit buildings, the energy transfer station.
So I'm trying to understand better what this chart is demonstrating. So we have, you know, a net value in 2025 of current year gross contributions of 37.2 million. So those are dollars that have come into the utility. Is that from various sources? Yes?
Yes, so essentially, the general premise of this table is to highlight, so in capital, there's the capital that the utility pays for, and then there's the capital that is paid by other individuals. This is just to represent the capital that's paid and funded by other individuals, other than the utility. So this does not go into rate base as a result.
Right, so there's $37 million that have been contributed by others, essentially.
Correct.
And so some of that money came from the city in past years.
In terms of the city and
Like city
past
contributions, or not?
So I believe this is, so irrespective of, in general, any contributions from the city, so primarily in the presentation we speak about primarily about the bridge financing, that will all be repaid back through future payments in the future. So that's not a part of this?
Yeah, no, I know that.
Supervisions?
That's
Okay.
the questions I have on the next chart.
Oh, okay,
I'm
I'm
trying to
sorry.
understand this chart.
Apologies.
Yeah. So this speaks to the contributions that have come into the utility, but it bottoms out at zero. So explain to me the ins and outs of this chart. Like dollars come in from various funding sources, they get spent on various things.
So that bottom part of zero has to do with the amortization.
Yeah.
Because essentially what happens is, for regulatory purposes, all contributed parts of the utility don't hit the rate base. So that's what that represents.
Because they've been contributed by other sources.
Yes.
So
So
the
the only part.
ratepayers aren't paying for that.
Yes. Sorry, apologies for interrupting you there.
No, that's okay. That's okay. So of the net capital assets that the utility owns, how much were contributed and how much are in the rate base?
So currently, the assumption is, because the original business plan highlighted the need that the capital is going to be funded by the non-refundable cash infusion. So currently, right now, all initial capital is assumed to be funded by that infusion. And so we're waiting to get that infusion to cover that. So right now, none of that is being allocated to that.
So the ratepayers aren't paying for any capital, is what you're saying,
For the initial 93.
for the initial 93?
Yes.
It's Councilor Cartmel. So, like, the funding sources now are, like, as Steve mentioned, are federal grants. We got some developer contributions. We got some customer contributions. The largest portion is that the portion that's being financed through debt, and we are considering that to be essentially a contribution, because we're expecting to get a non-refundable cash infusion at some time in the future, which is what Steve and I have been highlighting. That's going to offset that debt servicing and that debt principal amount.
Yeah, that's essentially what's in the working capital account, right?
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
So that's always been the assumption here. And what we're highlighting is, before 2028, we think that balance is going to get pretty big, and you have another big capital expansion coming up that we might have to say, is this actually something we're going to be able to repay through grants?
My time is up. Mayor Sohi?
Yeah, just to follow up on that then, if $70 million is not secured by 2028, the next phase of the district, the utility wouldn't move forward, right? Am I understanding that correctly? This is first phase, then second phase.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about the phasing. We just
Okay.
know in 2028, right now, in the budget, the capital budget, the plan, there's going to be a big expansion. There's going to be a capital funding need in 2028.
Yeah.
But we've always said we're always going to build to need. So
Yeah.
if the need is not there in 2028, then we won't build. But right now, that's what's in the plan. So that's what we've identified in 2028 when we expect the next big capital spend. We would need to have that non-refundable cash infusion of $70 million secured. If you don't have it secured, you're looking at some of those other financing options we mentioned.
Okay. So you secured, this is to the budget office, Blatchford office, sorry. You secured $23 million of federal funding so far. So that has reduced that. So what is the prospect of future funding opportunities from the federal government and the provincial government? And this ties into both governments' efforts on tackling climate change and promoting alternative energy sources, right? This falls into those kind of programs. So have you done any analysis around potential future opportunities?
Yeah, I think we are obviously, since the beginning of it, scanning the opportunities which are coming along.
Yeah.
And we were recently successful with a federal grant.
Yeah.
We're constantly scanning what's out there. I can't speak to provincial and federal funding programs which are coming or not, but
Yeah.
if they would come, we would definitely right away look at the eligibility of this project or of the fund to this project.
Do you have any other applications in the process at this time?
Yeah, we have conversations,
Yeah.
But they're not at a stage where I think and I guess at the time, like we did with the grant, we would come forward to committee and council.
Yes, yeah. But you're pursuing some possible funding sources.
Yes.
Okay, got it. That's good to know. And then the decision will be in 2028, Harm, right? If that doesn't materialize, then at that time, council would have to decide, okay, what do we do? So what would be the options? Either increase utility rates or city finances the debt, right? What are the options?
That's right. So that's some of the principles right now are BAU, so that might be something you want to reconsider. Tax levy subsidization, that's a principle right now that we're not exploring with the utility. That might be something to look at then as well.
Yeah, got it. I think I'm optimistic about the grant funding because there's a lot of opportunities out there. So if I understand correctly, your answer to Councillor Cartmell's, so the capital cost of the utility is not being recovered from the utility fees that are being paid by homeowners.
Yes, so in the current calculation, it's not in there. But just be aware, in terms of the rates, there's two sort of levels of limitation on the rates. There's the fact that we're not charging the capital, but BAU is also a limiter. So that's the overarching cap on the rates we currently have.
Right. So what is the relationship? Like, help me understand that the more homes being built, more homes being connected to the utility, how does that impact the capital and the rates?
Sure.
Because we had very few homes 3 years ago that were connected, and how many homes are connected now, and how does that relate to the fees?
So maybe I'll answer that in a two-part process.
Yeah.
So for the first part, perhaps I'll let Christian jump in if he wants to after a bit.
Yeah.
So the first part is based on customer connections. So as customers connect to the utility, those customers will need a certain amount of system load to energize their home. So that's what drives the capital. As we bring on more customers and we start and that sort of uses up the load, that will drive when the next capital expansion has to happen. So I don't know if you want to add.
I'll come back because I'm just running out of time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciated the report and clear answers that we're getting today. Just interested in whether the per unit demand has aligned with our predictions. And I ask just in the sense of wondering, again, sometimes we can over-engineer our systems. We make them larger than they need to be. But have we been seeing that, again, I know there's the rate of development, which is sort of the number of units, but on a per unit basis, are we seeing the load demand that we were anticipating from the utility?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
And with regards to the numbers, like I mentioned, we've seen growth, quite significant growth this year, and there's a lot of construction on site, which will eventually result in customers in the next 2 or 3 years, right? Mm-hmm. So in terms of the energy per unit, we're obviously monitoring that. It depends a lot on what is built and how people are living and heating and cooling their homes. But we're in alignment, sort of like, and so like what the expectation was.
Okay. Well, it's always nice when there's some wiggle room in it, but also great to have such accurate forecasting. That's interesting. Then just in terms of, running up to 2028, I just wanted to explore sort of the full range of options that might exist. Have we ever contemplated making it publicly traded in terms of an opportunity to raise capital?
Okay, I think when the utility was put in place, there was always an expectation from council to, at some point, look at the opportunity for something like that, not in particular. We've so far have not gone to that stage to fully evaluate the opportunity, simply because I would still consider this a young utility, and there also needs to be in order to elevate interest outside, there needs to be probably a little bit more of critical mass connected to the utility, mm-hmm. and so hopefully in the next few years that'll become more and more an opportunity. But it was an expectation at council at the inception of the utility to at some point look at the opportunity.
Okay. So, again, I share the mayor's optimism around some of the grant opportunities that might come, but I'm just trying to think of the runway. So again, if that was a direction we decided to go down, I'm imagining we'd be scrambling quite a bit if we got to 2028 and we're like, okay, let's go with a publicly, let's raise some equity through the selling of shares. So what advice do you have for us in terms of, do we need to direct some strategy scenarios happening, or is that work that you're continuously doing and you'll continue to update us?
Yeah, as Stephen mentioned, and Harm as well, like we're obviously constantly monitoring what's happening on site, and mm-hmm. Based on that, evaluating sort of like the trigger for the next capital expansion, right? Yeah. And there always has to be, we're going to be hand in hand, step in step, but we also need to at some point make some decisions, and at that point of decision we will come here and let you know why and why we think this path forward would be required. In terms of the third-party question, it's definitely something we have in the back of our minds, but like I said, at this point, we haven't worked on this in particular.
Okay. Yeah, I think as long as we continue these conversations and ensure that we're not leaving anything too late, keeping all of our options open as we go forward, that's great. Maybe just a very last question. At present, do we have any specific policies around retained earnings that the Blatchford office may accumulate in years to come? Like, I don't think there's a dividend policy. Again, just wondering if that's another source of cash.
So maybe I'll start off, and then Harman can jump in if you'd like. In general, the general premise of the Blatchford Development Office is that it would break even and perhaps make money as well. To date, there has not been a specific sort of process to sort of guide where that money is supposed to be going. I suspect that would have to be sort of factored in along with all the other city needs, because currently it's kind of balanced across the entire city for all general services. But I don't know, Harm, if you want to add to that.
Yeah. No, I think that's a great point, and I'm just thinking about, again, the principle that Blatchford doesn't impact the rest of the tax levy. So again, if it can be self-sustaining with, between the land sales and the utility. But again, just another option on the table and something to keep alive as we go move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador, and we'll just ask that you lean into your mics, please, a little bit more. Great, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I just have a very specific question. I'm looking at table 1 on, I think it's just page 8 of the main report. And I was just looking back at the June report as well for total energy consumption for 2023 actuals. And I'm just looking for a bit of clarity because it seems, so 2023 actuals, total energy consumption is 723 megawatt hours, but then in the June report, it looks like that was 1,789. So just trying to understand the discrepancy there.
So in general, what occurred was that in terms of numbers and how they're displayed, there was a methodology that we incorporated based on analysis of customers coming on, how much energy they're using, as well as how long it took for those assets, to go from sale to connection. So in terms of this, it was sort of historical numbers were readjusted to account for that, to better reflect what's going forward, and make the forecast more balanced and more apples to apples.
Okay. So just a change in methodology then to...
Yeah, and it's basically, I think these are learnings we're getting on site. Like we see how long it takes for a builder to break ground and then actually connect to the utility.
Right.
And these are some things we're getting a better feel of, and that's some of the delays Stephen was talking about.
Okay.
And builders are different in that way, but we're for forecasting into average.
Okay. I appreciate the clarity. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to give this another go. We got $23 million in a grant not long ago from the federal government. Do I have that number right?
23.7 million.
Okay, 23.7. Okay, and the number in the chart, net contributions for 2025 is 36.6 million. So the difference is roughly $15 million.
So that's because the grant is meant to be, I was going to say the word given. The grant is meant to be provided to the city based on when the city incurs costs. So there's a deliverable that the city has to meet before the money is given. So that grant money is spread out between now and 2029. So you won't see the impact in any one given year.
Okay, so that means that we've received less money, less than $23.7 million, but we have a net contribution of $36 million. So where did the other money come from?
A combination of developer contributions through customer contributions.
Okay, over the years, that all adds up to whatever the delta is that?
That is correct.
Okay. So then below that, it says interest expense on contributed capital. That sounds like money owed or money paid. By who and to whom?
Apologies. So specifically, I'd have to kind of quickly check that for you.
So go ahead, Herm.
Yeah, so I believe that would be, if you're thinking about, actually, yeah, let me.
You want to think about that?
Look into that before I answer that question, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So then when I go to the deferral account, to the end of 2025, the deferral account closing balance is negative 8.1 million, which is essentially what the utility will owe to the city. More or less, correct?
So the deferral account is based on annual losses only. The amount that is owed to the city includes annual losses plus any cost for cash needs such as debt servicing, working capital, and such like that.
Right. So then so what is owed to the city is a higher number than $8 million.
Yes. Currently, at the end of 2023, that number is approximately $17.3 million.
At the end of 23.
Yes.
Okay. And so this is the 25 rate filing. What's that number forecast to be at the end of 25? Do you know?
Yes. Can you give me 1 second
Sure.
for that, please?
Yeah. Okay, and so that, the money that is owed by the utility to the city is paid by the ratepayers, ultimately, unless we get a big cash infusion that somehow equalizes that.
Correct. So yeah, the money owing back to the city we're building it up, hoping that we get a cash contribution that'll be able to repay that.
Right.
If
So,
it's not, then we have to look to those other funding sources.
and does the $70 million include some forecast of what's owed to the city and some forecast of what the net could be spent on in terms of capital? So let's say, what's your number for the end of 25?
Right now, we're forecasting that amount owing back to the city to be 22.9 million at the end of 2025.
Okay, so 23 million, so the net is 47. So if we're saying that we need a cash injection of $70 million, 23 would go back to the city, 47 would be used for further capital investments. Yes?
So to answer your first question, I think, in terms of is the 70 million incorporated in the total sort of
Yeah.
long-term sustainability? It is. So now I'm kind of going back to the June report. So in the June report, we had highlighted the overall impact over the 50-year period.
Yeah.
So the payback of the loan, sorry, I shouldn't call it that. Sorry, the payback of the short-term bridge financing,
Yeah.
as well as the need for the 70 million, as well as the increase in utility rates are all part of it. So it's all been included in that analysis.
Okay, so right now the number we're using is $70 million. That's the numbers that falls out of that analysis that we
Yes.
need for an injection.
Because
Okay.
it's a blend of utility rates coming in, it's a blend of capital being applied to
Yeah.
utility rates, and then it's also funding coming in. So it's an amalgamation.
Okay. But we have a report coming next spring, sometime next year, that talks about a change in operating philosophy, maybe perhaps a shared utility model, which could change all of these capital assumptions,
It could, yes.
potentially. Okay, I have one more question. I'll come back. Mayor Sohi.
Thank you. So in the presentation, you used the number about 40%. That means 40% of the entire Blatchford development is in some form of one stage of readiness, planning, construction. Is that what you mean?
That's correct. So just to rehash the 40%, so today over 40% of the site's developable land has either been constructed, is under construction, or is in the planning and development stages for construction.
What that would look like for 2020 to 2028? Do you have any projections?
I probably refer to...
Yeah, we don't have projections right now, but it continues to grow, so we'll probably get to the 60% phase at that point.
Okay, so how does that impact the utility payments or debt?
So hypothetically, as the community grows, then we'll have more customers in. Right now, we have about 900-ish units that are about to be sold or developed. So in the next 2 years, we could anticipate that that's added into the utility rate payers.
So 900 units under construction?
No, so we have 258 specifically under construction right now or built.
Yeah.
And then we have about 990-something that we're dealing with builders to get to that stage.
Okay, got it. Because, well, I'm just trying to understand the link that more people connecting to the utility makes it more mature, right? And more sustainable.
Absolutely. I mean, like I mentioned in the presentation, we have enough generation capacity right now for the next few years. The faster that happens, the better it is in terms of customer counts, right? And that's sort of like the constant sort of like hand in hand kind of like consideration for the development and the utility.
Yeah, and the more mature the utility is, by 2028, opportunities for exploring what Councillor Stevenson was asking about. I'm just trying to understand the viability of those options, right, along with grant funding to mitigate the risk that may likelihood is not, but may fall on the taxpayers.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there's a a concrete number, I would tell you, and saying with like that number, the utility is mature, but it's certainly not at this stage at this point, right? But in the next few years, I totally expect, for example, when Energy Center 1 is fully built out in terms of capacity and demand, that would probably be a better point to look at this option. And that would be in line with the current forecast. That would be in the time frame 27, 28.
Yeah. And this is the kind of the measured risk was taken at that time when the development, when Blatchford was being contemplated and developed and planned, right? You know, it was always anticipated that there'll be enough grant funding available to fully pay for the capital cost, or not fully, I mean, contribute significantly to the capital cost along with other contributions from capital, right? That's part of the model, right?
Yeah, that was part of the also the expectation clearly when the utility was put in place. Right? It was clearly aware that there is a funding gap, right?
Yeah.
And we're working towards reducing that, right?
Yeah. So at that time, the funding gap was 97 million. Now that funding gap is down to 70, right?
That is correct.
Okay,
yes.
got it. Okay, thank you so much for that. Yeah.
Okay, I don't want you to feel like you're on the hot seat. It's 70 million today, but I mean, if some of these operation assumptions change, then that number could change too.
Yes.
Right, yeah. The way I read the report is that we need to understand what the injection is, or what the delta is before 2028. 2028 is when there's a need for further investment. So we need an answer in 27 or less. Fair?
That's probably fair,
Yeah.
but I guess my point from operating the utility, Councillor, is that we're always trying to notice what's happening on the land site, and when we say 2028 today, right, that is an estimate on what we think is going to happen in the next few years at the site.
So
right?
that's my next question,
Right.
Christian. Right. So if I go to last year's rate filing. So I'm looking at chart 19-1, and I'm looking at last year's 19-1 versus this year's, page 13 of attachment 2. So last year we had 2023 approved budget, 90 new connections, then a forecast, 2023 forecast of 44, and then when I look at this year's rate filing, 2023 actual of 30. Last year, 2024 budget 92, this year restated budget of 39, and now a forecast of 29. So there's this sort of pushing out of the number of connections. Now, we did get a memo last night that talked about forecast and some of the things Mr. Lumsden is talking about. So I guess when I see, successive rate filings where the number of actual connections pushes out, the forecast for the next couple of years is always good, but then the actuals don't seem to match it. So there's a bit of a yin and a yang there. We might not have these pressures in 2027 or 28 for further investments, but then the utility falls behind in its obligations. So I guess I'm looking for a confidence level that the numbers that come in the rate filings are actually what we see in the actuals the next year.
I think we're getting better.
Yeah.
And I think we're all learning, and I just want to make the point that some of the changes and the time slagging is not on the utility. These are things which we're seeing outside in terms of like the real, like it when a builder starts to build, eventually he will be connected. If it's a year or if it's a 2 year, it matters. But that's kind of like the learnings we're getting right now in terms of the security of the data, if that's the concern.
Well, and maybe to Mr. Lumsden, what's is there an increasing confidence level in the number of connections that are coming? And that might not be easy for you to answer because you do land and it's ready for the builders. It's up to the builders to go. But do you have a sense of that?
We do. I mean, they're learning. The first few phases were obviously a learning time for putting a heat pump in instead of a furnace. So we're seeing quicker turnaround from our building process for sure. But I think, as Christian noted, we thought it might be a year. It's taking more like 2 years for them to finally get connected. I anticipate that timing coming down. We also have, I've mentioned this before, we have different product type coming. So we have, I think, four to 6 story buildings. So those, like overnight, will have 90 connections.
Yeah, there's a step function piece.
Yeah, so that's a new one too, and we're probably going to get some learnings out of that. But that reflects, we're anticipating that happening quickly.
Are there multi-units under construction right now?
We're about to close on the first one, so that we'll start construction soon after that.
Yeah, okay. Okay, thank you. Those are my questions. Any further questions for admin? I don't see
Councillor
any.
Cartmel, can I just quickly
Oh,
answer
sorry,
that one
sure,
question
yeah,
you had?
please. Yeah.
So, sorry we weren't able to answer that originally. There's a lot of numbers in here. I just wanted to make sure.
100%, yeah.
But that is the interest that's building on the loan from the city, which we're using to pay for a lot of the capital. So that's that interest that's building on that contributed capital.
Oh, all right. That's debt servicing. That's in the contributed capital line or is that in the deferral account?
So this one is here because it's the incremental capital contribution. So the deferral account is only operating costs.
Right, okay.
So sorry, only operating costs from annual losses. This is related to the debt servicing because originally the plan was the 93 million of capital would be funded by the infusion.
So that's accumulating too then, if we don't get an infusion,
That is
right?
correct.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
So, all right. So it's all, it's accumulating in the same way that the operating deferral account is accumulating until we get a inject. Well, that's, yeah, okay.
So it's injection plus reaching critical mass.
Right.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? You want to move?
Yes, I think your last question, answer, sorry. Cash infusion, which is, dependent on funding from other orders of government, and I'm not too worried about that. I think there's a lot of opportunities, and you have demonstrated that you can actually access funding. You already got 25% of the funding of 100% that you need, right? So I think there's a good progress. Then the third part was the connections, you said, or consumption? What was the third part? The second part, sorry.
I think the word I used was critical mass.
Yeah, critical mass.
Yeah. So essentially.
Walk me through the critical mass by 2028.
Yes, so essentially, the utility needs to bring on enough customers. And
Yeah.
we keep using the word customers. I should probably focus more on system load because it's actually the load itself that drives the revenue as well as drives the system expansion. So as the utility builds up enough of that to actually help pay for the majority of the costs, that's when the utility will start to recover. So currently right now we're forecasting to happen around 2029.
2029, by 2029 you will have critical mass.
Yes, that's what it's looking like right now because that's at the point when we have the next expansion, plus that's when the utility is expected to start earning a positive income.
Yeah, okay. So let me understand this better then. So by 2029 you will have enough critical mass, so that is one problem, kind of less risk there, right? So if there's a risk is on the what happens if we are unable to secure grant funding, capital funding, right? That's the risk.
Yes.
Okay. And then we would have to figure out, I think Councillor Cartmel is right, 2028 might be late. By 2027, Council would need to start conversations around, okay, if that risk is not mitigated, then what are the mitigation strategies that we can work on?
Yes.
Okay. And that could include higher rates or tax levy or potential revenue through, third party raising, whatever, the utility going public if it's mature enough. Okay. So those options will be available. Good. Got it. Thank you so much. Okay.
All right, thank you. I think that concludes questions. I believe we have 2 recommendations here.
Good.
If you would like to, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. Yes, I'm happy to move that Utility Committee recommend to City Council budget that the Blatchford Renewable Energy Utility 2025 rate filing is outlined in Attachment 1 of the November 8th, 2024 Financial and Corporate Services Report FCS 02679 be approved, and that the 2025-2026 Blatchford Renewable Energy Utility operating budget as originally approved in the November 25th, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report FCS 01479 be adjusted as follows. Point A, 2025 expenditure budget be decreased by $243,100, and 2025 revenue budget be decreased by $318,200, and the 2026 expenditure budget be decreased by $325,900, and the 2026 revenue budget be decreased by $1.2157 million.
Thank you. Motion is on the floor. Anyone to speak? Councillor Tang.
Yeah, just I guess very quickly, I actually didn't really have any questions. I thought the report and the filing was prepared very, it's very sound. I, appreciate input from the utility advisor, highlighting, I think the risk specifically with some of the funding shortfall. I guess I want to sign on to maybe respond to some of the feedback from my colleagues around the optimism, looking at future grants from other orders of government. I think this year we really benefited from some of those announcements, which is great, but I feel, a lot of our utilities were beholden to a highly volatile political environment that I'm actually contrary, I feel more pessimistic. But I think this conversation surfaced a lot of the milestone, the timeline. There's lots of eyes. We're very proceeding cautiously despite a lot of really positive progress made. I thought the memo last night was actually excellent. I feel very confident, but I'm just, perhaps it's particularly this week, I feel just a little bit more pessimistic and kind of looking out and, next year and future years. But I do feel, the conversation today, we know what those risks are, we're assuming them, and we're keeping a very close eye on them, and we're putting in some plan, timelines, to try to mitigate as much as possible, even though there will be some hard conversations coming. So just want to say thank you for the filing, and I support this.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else signed up. I wanted to share those same comments. I appreciate Mayor Sohi's optimism. I'm concerned, though, that we don't find this injection, and I've been sort of feeling this creep up for a number of years, that if we don't find this money, and we found 23 of it, but there's still 70 out there, and that's on the current projections. So I'm not sure there's a money tree out there, and I'm a little concerned that it's coming. Perhaps there's growing attention to this, perhaps there isn't. Is the pendulum swinging, or is it swinging back, kind of a thing? So I think we're going to need real clarity on just what this utility needs to survive and continue as we have these conversations going forward. I don't want to be in a position where it's, we have to make the decision on a moment's notice kind of a thing to either find dollars and inject it, or it falls apart. We got to be really pedantically deliberate about this if this thing is going to work out. So that's why I'm digging very much into what are our obligations. And if right now today, I feel like we have a $70 million obligation failing any other injection of dollars. And when I look at all of the other obligations that are queuing up, in our city budget writ large, and I'm not going to ring them all off, but things like buses, this kind of a thing, it's getting a little scary. So let's as we talk about these things discreetly, let's be really clear that we can't let them get away on us. We got to be really clear about what our obligations are, and if we're not seeing something coming that's gonna be that injection, then we're gonna have to make a move, and we can't wait to the last minute. So I don't want to be overly rhetorical or dramatic about it, but I'm maybe this is a couple years away, but that goes quick. So Mayor Sohi?
Yeah, very quickly. I haven't seen. I wasn't able to go through the memo, but I'll go through the memo. But just quickly scanning through it. Now I understand that approximately 42% of the Blatchford site is either constructed, under construction, or in planning and development stage. And I think that matches with some of the some of the way the private sector development takes place as well, right? So it's not offside from how such development and the phasing and the pacing of the development, recognizing that Blatchford is one of its kind development. No one has done this kind of development before. It is going to be, I would say, a shining example for sustainable development, climate resilient development, and local living, and amenities in the same community, and connections to sustainable modes of transportation. I think those are good things that Blatchford office has been doing and communicating. I think I absolutely understand that the risk you have identified of falling short on the capital investments, or whether you will be able to raise those funds, are real, and they should not be, and we need to be on top of that. And I'm glad that this committee is on top of that, that council is on top of that, that you have presented a very clear risk that may be there by 2028. I think where my optimism comes from is that you have demonstrated that you already raised 25% of the funding. And I also am aware that, and all of us are aware, that climate change is an existential threat to this world, and every government would have to take it seriously, and if they haven't, they would have to accelerate their efforts in order to meet this world crisis. And there will be opportunities for funding, and we need to, and you are already exploring those funding, and you will always keep on top of mind, and I'm keeping on top of mind, because I'm always looking around how we can actually raise more revenue and potential funding from other orders of government. So absolutely, but if that doesn't help, then we need to be prepared, and I absolutely agree that we need to be prepared, but I don't want to create an impression that somehow that we don't have a good handle. I think we have a good handle you have a good handle on this, and I have actually seen progress. When we were elected in 2021, I think Blatchford was moving at a pace that was not acceptable. Now you're moving at a pace that I can say is comparable to the private sector pace of such a development. I think for that, your efforts needs to be acknowledged and appreciated, and I do that, right? So, but we always need to be cautious and aware and on top of things. I'm glad you're on top of things, and we would have to figure out if that risk arises in 2027 or by 2027, we don't have a path to mitigate, then we definitely have to take it on and find a way to approach some of the suggestions that you approached. So thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you so much. Happy to take a few brief moments to speak to this item. It's been alluded to, but we received an update as council about the progress of the Blatchford development last night. There's some really encouraging numbers there. So, including secondary suites, garage suites, we're up over 400 homes that are there now, with 1,000 more in the immediate pipeline. This is incredibly exciting progress. And a great moment to reflect on the excellent work that's happening on this ambitious project. Of course, a central part of that Blatchford development and the innovation that it offers is the utility. So also never want to lose sight of what a significant undertaking this is. This is a huge thing that we are doing as a city, and it's always encouraging for me to have these touch points and to see the due diligence and work that's happening. I appreciate all the comments that have been made today, and I think I would maybe sum it up with, hoping for the best and planning for the worst. I think we have many reasons to believe that this is going to be an area of increasing focus, of increasing grant opportunities in the future. But what I also heard is that we do have plans. And I think I heard a plan A around grants, but also a B, C, D, and even E before we're hitting taxes. So lots of opportunities and lots of options that we'll continue to explore. I think something I'm very grateful for as we have been going through some of the structural budget challenges that we're facing, so many of these things seem to have caught us by surprise. And so I also just want to express my gratitude to the team for continuing to ensure that this is on our radar, that we're very well aware of this. This is nothing that will take us by surprise. And as a result, I think we do have the runway to ensure that we can plan accordingly. I think, a really good trigger, if nothing else, is preparing for the 2027 budget, the next 4-year budget cycle. I think we'll have a clear sense then in terms of what strategies we may need to take, and it's a great opportunity to begin to consider and reflect as that process unfolds in 2026. So thank you again to the teams for all of their work. Very pleased to support this. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Have a great weekend. This takes us to item 7.3 is time specific for 1:30, so this takes us to item 7.4, extended producer responsibility.
Councillor Cartmel, we do have a recommendation on 7.2.
Oh, I'm
just
sorry,
to approve
I
the
skipped
bylaw
over.
readings. If we
Apologies.
Could do that.
7.2. Yeah, please. Yeah.
I will move that Utility Committee recommend to City Council budget that bylaw 20962 be given the appropriate readings.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Thank you, Clerk Norton. So we'll be moving to item 7.4, but before that, I would like to welcome from the Nebula Academy, grades 7, 8, and 9 students and their teacher, Maxim. Good morning. I believe this is Ward Métis, and that would make Councillor Salvador your councillor. Very good. Thanks for coming. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Utility Committee. My name is Craig McEwen. I'm here with our Waste Services Branch Manager, Dennis Jubinville, along with the team from Waste Services, Krista Berezowski, who's our Director of Business Integration and Technical Services, along with Ryan Koss, who's our General Supervisor of Business Strategy, Planning and Performance. So today, this presentation is about extended producer responsibility. So this presentation and report are really intended to give the public an update on the extended producer responsibility regulation in Alberta and how that affects Edmontonians. And so with that, I will pass it to Dennis to walk through a few slides with some details.
Thanks, Craig. Extended producer responsibility is a provincial policy approach that shifts financial and operational responsibility for the collection and management of designated materials from local governments, such as the City of Edmonton, to the producers and/or retailers and importers for those items. In Canada, most provinces have some form of EPR regulation for packaging and paper products. Next slide. We've prepared a simple diagram for a complex process. This is generally how EPR works in practice. Producers sell product to consumers and are operationally and financially responsible for the full life cycle of their products and packaging. As an example, a fruit producer packages their fruit in a plastic clamshell container. A customer buys and consumes the fruit and puts the clean plastic container in their recycling. The producer joins a not-for-profit pro organization and pays them to collect and process their plastic clamshell container. The pro hires a service provider to collect and process the plastic container. In the Edmonton context, Waste Services is the service provider for collection and processing and is negotiating to continue providing that service for the residents of Edmonton. Next slide. So in Alberta, the provincial EPR regulation covers two primary categories of material: single-use products, packaging, and paper products, which are called PPP, and hazardous and special products called HSP. These items generally refer to the residential recycling items we place in our blue bags or bins, and hazardous products residents bring to eco-stations. Individual producers are accountable for achieving provincially mandated targets for the recycling of their products. To achieve this requirement, most producers sign up with a provincially recognized not-for-profit producer responsibility organization called a PRO. There are 3 PROs currently registered in Alberta. There's one PRO for PPP, which is paper and packaging, another one for HSB, and a third one for batteries. Next slide. From a strategic alignment perspective, the City of Edmonton has been an advocate for extended producer responsibility regulation in Alberta for many years and affirmed its support for the approach in the 25-year strategy and the waste reduction roadmap. Administration supports EPR regulation and its goals of waste reduction and diversion in Alberta. Next slide. EPR most noticeably impacts the residents in our proposed utility rate decrease that will be presented in our rate filing later today. Waste Services is no longer going to be responsible for the cost of collecting and recycling PPP or HSP material, resulting in an ongoing reduction to resident Waste Services utility rates. Another change for Edmontonians is that the type of material eligible for recycling will no longer be determined by the city. The change of eligible recycling material will be communicated to residents and education will be provided to help in the transition. Another important impact is that we anticipate residents will be asked to reduce the amount of non-acceptable material in their blue bags and bins. This impact is a result of the fact that producers are not responsible for the costs of collecting and processing material that isn't produced by them or required by the regulation. Now, we will ensure to enable a smooth transition of recycling standards as we move to the provincial model. Next slide. What are the impacts to the city itself? Well, the city has registered as a producer under EPR because the paper material we provide and print for our residents is included within EPR. This includes pamphlets, letters, posters, and we have signed a contract with a PRO who will be responsible for collecting and processing the residual paper waste. Next slide. As noted in our earlier slides, EPRs will also affect how Waste Services operates. Because responsibility for PPP and HSB recycling transfers to producers and is no longer within the city's jurisdiction, we are no longer obligated to collect and process this material. However, because we have been in this process or in this business for decades, we provide a consistent level of service to our residents. We are uniquely positioned to act as a service provider on behalf of the pros, and we're currently in the middle of contract negotiations for this service. Next slide. Next steps. To summarize, the provincial regulation ultimately means that producers will be responsible for recycling and hazardous and special projects management. This transition will have to be completed by April 1st, 2025, and the city will work with the pros to ensure that the transition will be smooth for our staff, for contracted service partners, and for Edmontonians. Next slide. That concludes our presentation, and we're open to any questions.
Great, thank you. I'll start and see if anybody else signs up. So I just want to kind of distill my understanding down. So we've got extended producer responsibility legislation, comes April 1st. It's actively April 1st?
Correct.
Okay. And my words, the intent of this is to reduce the amount of material that just gets landfilled. Is that ultimately what we're about?
It actually has two different, it wants to reduce the amount of packaging through making it the responsibility and to do a better job of recycling, correct.
Yeah, okay. And so one of the goals of this legislation is to put the responsibility of the collection processing and ultimate disposition of trash on the people that produce it in the first place.
Correct.
Fair? A subset of that is, I gotta make sure I don't want to just use acronyms. So a subset of that is single-use products, single-use paper and packaging and paper products.
Correct.
So we're going to have a producer responsible organization. I think you said there's one for those products, one for hazardous, one for batteries. So effectively, those that create the trash are now going to pay a producer responsible organization to process and manage that trash, either by recycling it or by some other process. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. We have a single-use bylaw, a single-use plastics bylaw, that was aimed at the same thing, effectively. Reduce the use of single-use plastics, reduce packaging, encourage that kind of thing. Are the goals not generally aligned?
They complement each other, yes.
Okay. So that means that consumers then are going to be, well, I guess I don't want to presume anything. I am going to presume something. I'm going to presume that those that are producing and therefore paying to paying effectively the operating cost of the producer responsibility organization is going to pass that cost on to their consumers. So if I'm in the business, if I'm in a fast food restaurant business and I'm producing trash that I am now responsible for as an extended producer, then the cost of those products is going to go up to pay for the pro. Is that reasonable? I guess we don't know that, but is that a reasonable presumption?
So the cost does transfer to them, yes.
Right. So consumers in Edmonton are going to be paying more for the products to enable the producers to support the pro, and are paying a fee for things like bag bylaws, or for bags. Is there not a duplication of cost and a duplication of effort here?
Yeah, so what I can say is that it's not unique to have both programs running at the same time. So in BC, EPR was first, SUI bylaw came second. And so they did it, even though EPR existed. And so how they differ is, with single-use items bylaws, we look to have people not buy that. Like, we hope they don't buy it. If they do buy it, the money goes to the producer to help offset the cost of EPR. And so they do work in conjunction and in complement. Now, EPR enables producers to carry the costs, so they should get efficiencies and reduce the amount of product. That's the intent. SUI says, hey, do you really need it? And if you don't take it, there's no fee. And so it actually enables change of behavior for the residents, whereas EPR changes behavior for the producers, which as a community we didn't have an ability to do.
Okay, so so you use the example of BC where they have effectively both strategies. So the province of BC has extended producer responsibility legislation now?
Correct.
Yes. And how many municipalities within BC have things like bag fees?
Yeah, so I'd have to ask my team as to how many municipalities. However, the municipalities did have single-use items bylaws in place municipally, and the province is now engaged in a provincial SUI regulation in addition to those municipalities, recognizing that EPR exists.
So there's a provincial bag fee.
That is coming.
That is coming, for sure.
Now I'll get my let me have my team respond to that specifically, Councillor.
Sure. Okay.
And I'll get back to you.
And then in Alberta, we have this legislation is coming. The extended producer responsibility legislation is coming. How many municipalities in Alberta have a thing like a bag fee?
Again, I'll have to count the numbers I'd have to provide. We do know that others within our region do have it. And Banff, Calgary had it, as you know, and then they rescinded it.
Rescinded it, yeah.
So the number, I'd have to ask my team if they can provide me the number.
Okay. I have one more question. I'll come back. Councillor Stevenson?
Thank you very much. Just a few questions of clarification. Well, and I'll follow up from that. So, I think the point that the single-use item fees, those stay with the business, right?
Correct.
Yeah, so it's not like a double taxing, for example, where government is taking from the PROs and it's staying with the business, so they could use that bag fee to offset their PRO costs.
Correct.
Okay. And then I apologize if I didn't pick up on this. So I appreciate we're registered as a producer. What's the financial implication of that? And do we then create just maybe order of magnitude and how that financially incentivizes us to potentially reduce our own printing, and whether we're taking that on as a corporation to look at that?
Yeah, so we did sign as a producer, and the City of Edmonton does not produce a lot of packaging and paper. And so the only things that we do produce are pamphlets and information that enables us to be sensitive to the different needs of our community. And so there is a reason for doing it. We will look at efficiencies where it makes sense. So as an example, we transitioned away from the paper waste calendar into digital, and so we'll continue to do that. The financial impact to the city is very negligible. We anticipate it's going to be around $2,000 for the entire city. for a year. So it's very, very small.
Okay.
Yet it doesn't negate the fact that what we want to do is to try to meet the needs of our community and be as efficient as we are with respect to our paper and packaging.
Okay, I mean, that's very interesting, and gives a good scale in terms of what the impact is on other producers, potentially, recognizing that we're not the biggest of producers. So $2,000 is what I'm hearing for all of the paper that we may
Yes,
produce. Okay, interesting, thank you. And as part of the negotiation, so appreciating sort of the curbside collection, is that also extending to eco centers where we collect recycled goods, like the blue bins at eco centers, sorry?
Yeah, so
Eco stations, I
the
think they're
eco
probably
stations,
called.
correct.
Yeah.
And so recycling will include all pickup at the residents' houses. Right now, we're negotiating with the pros as to what they want to do with the current depots. So the depots that exist within our eco stations, they like, because there's actual people there to make sure that businesses don't bring recycling into those bins. The ones that are within the community, they have concern with, because it's open to businesses as well as residents, and they're not responsible for the business material. In fact, it might show that they're over collecting, which is not good for the regulation either. And so we're currently in contractual negotiations as to how we adopt and enable our depots within the communities to remain.
Interesting, because there is a convenience factor for residents that needs to be weighed against sort of that loophole it could potentially create for businesses. Okay, interesting. Well, appreciate that those conversations are ongoing. And then finally, I think I understand, I heard you reference, we really need to ensure that we're cleaning up our waste streams so that what they're responsible for is what they're receiving. But what if it's the reverse? What if our waste stream that we're responsible for in sort of the pure garbage realm has tin cans, for example? Do we recoup that from the producers at all?
So the producers have regulated targets they have to hit, and if they're not hitting them, they know that there is too much of their product that's in the black cart. And so then we start to do education and other activities in order to get that material out of the black into the blue, where they can actually recover it and hit their provincial targets. So that's how that system works.
And do they pay for that, though?
They do pay for that.
Okay, great.
They pay for all the education and programming. And at the City of Edmonton, we do have RDF, and so the black material still gets beneficial use in that it helps provide heat for electricity or other purposes.
Interesting. Okay, but there is that mechanism in terms of the targets and ensuring that it's not all just coming into our waste stream. Perfect. Thank you so much. Really exciting work. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tang?
Great, thank you very much. Really pleased to read this report, and I know EPR there's been so much work done over the years, so I'm glad that we're actually at this point. I guess I was wondering if you can speak to a little bit about sort of the service level and the three producer responsibility organization, and when that gets transferred over, can you speak to your confidence in their ability to deliver the same level of service that our waste group does with those materials?
So at present, we have confirmation from the pros that they do not want to change the level of service, at least within the first 2 years. The provincial regulations only mandate service for biweekly pickup. We currently have weekly pickup. And so we're currently negotiating to enable our current standards to remain for the next little while, and that's progressing well. However, we may need to advocate to the province in future years if they look to reduce the amount of service that they're providing the citizens of Edmonton. And just so you're aware, we're in alignment with Calgary. We speak with them a lot, and they're also aware of this difference between the regulation and our current service levels. And we're both working collaboratively to enable the same level of service for our residents.
Okay, I think I didn't see that piece in the report, so thank you for highlighting that. Something to keep on our radar. And then, so during this process, I know there's still contracts being negotiated. We're taking on a few different, we've registered as a few different roles, but is there going to be any disposal of assets that we're currently doing that's going to be transferred over? And are we going to dispose them? Are we going to keep them, contract them, lease them?
So there's that potential, and it's within negotiations. I would probably have to go into private if you want to discuss how the negotiations are going. At present, it appears they're going to use our full collection system, And so there will be no transfer of anything from us to them and or any stranding of our assets, and so that's progressing well. On our processing side, which is our MRF, that facility.
Can you just say what MRF is again?
Oh, sorry, the Materials Recovery Facility.
Thank you.
MRF. That center is also being looked at by the Pro to process the recycling material. And through our negotiations with them, there may be many different models with respect to that plant, and whether or not we want to continue in the work, considering we're not responsible for it, and whether there's advantages to retaining it, to transitioning from it. So we're looking at many different options at this time.
Okay. I think that level of detail is enough for me, so thank you for that. And then just on this 10.7%, as a whole, like what does that amount to for waste as a utility as a whole? This is the savings that will come from EPR.
All right, so I can get into that, but it's actually within the rate file. And
Okay.
so this report doesn't specifically state 10.7%. That's in the rate file. If you wish, we can
So
start to
I
speak
guess
to it.
I guess we'll talk about that later. Maybe I'll save some of my questions then for 7.6, right? Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor Jens.
Thank you. I struggle even sometimes explaining this to other people, so help me out with this. How does it work right now with bottle depots? I go to a store, I buy 6 cans of something, and I pay a deposit on those things. When it goes to a bottle depot, I get those things back, the deposit back. If I do not go to a bottle depot, if I just leave them, what happens?
Then you've paid that fee, and the fee is not returned to you.
And why am I paying that fee?
It's part of a stewardship program that exists within our province, and so whether it's on tires, on batteries, on bottles, they have a program that incents and enables people to bring back those items in order to get a refund. And so you pay it up front. If you bring them back, you get the refund. If you don't, it goes towards operating the program, and they take a look at the costing annually and semi-annually I don't know if semi-annually, but anyways, they take a look at the costing just to make sure they're not taking too much.
And that's provincial requirement to have the deposit on items for bottle depots.
So that is a provincial program that is regulated by ARMA, and it's a stewardship program.
Acronym?
So Alberta Recycling Management Association.
Okay. And this has existed for at least since I was a child, so let's say 40 years.
Correct.
Okay. I'm getting old, Tim. Don't laugh. 40, yeah. Okay. That's bottle depots. The principle, I guess, is that there is a cost to processing X item, so therefore you should pay a deposit on the item as a way to incent you to return the item to proper pathway. Is that the first principles? That's the idea of the bottle depot program.
So you are describing a program that is not within EPR, and so I haven't researched it specifically.
Okay, but
so you may know more than I do on that program.
I guess then, so the EPR principle, the basis of it is essentially pollute or pay. If I am selling Bob's Burgers and I have a choice of putting them in the triple wrapped package and the consumer buys them, or the single wrap package, or a different package material altogether, as a producer, right now it doesn't matter, but with the EPR model, I am now going to have an incentive to produce a more efficient or reductive packaged product. Is that correct?
That's the intent.
So the idea is we're trying to say, listen, when you go to Costco and get the broccoli that's in a bag within the bag within the bag, could you maybe do just 1 bag, not 3?
Yeah, well, that's their incentive, right? Because then it costs less to recycle it.
And if not, if they don't do that, if they triple bag it and I take it home, that cost is now on me because I'm now having to pay eventually for that bigger bin. So it's essentially, are we charging the resident or charging Costco?
Yeah, so either way, the resident is paying. So if it has to be recycled by Waste Services through the utility, that cost is spread across everybody, whether they eat that broccoli or not. If you purchase that broccoli that's triple bagged, then yes, you will be paying for the cost of that recycling under EPR.
Yeah. And EPR is provincial. This is going to be across the province.
Yes.
Okay, so I got the bottle depots, got the EPR. The single-use items is, do you really need that bag? Do you really need that cup? Can you just bring your own cup? If you don't use a cup, you don't have to pay for a cup.
Correct.
But if you do use a cup and throw it in the garbage and it gets processed, the taxpayer is paying for that cup. So effectively we're saying, like, because the greater waste around the city, et cetera, we all pay. this says instead you pay for it as a way to incent and change behavior. Okay, I'm just trying to sort all of these things out and make sure I understand them there. So, can you give me an example of other jurisdictions that, because our goal is behavior change, right? Like EPR, if this works, everyone's going to cut down on their waste. All the producers are now going to have an incentive to do the higher fuel efficiency vehicles, so to speak, the improved behavior. Do we have a record of like, here's a company that went from X packaging to Y packaging?
So I'll see if my team can provide any specific examples, and we usually don't try to, to single out, unique producers. We do know that many organizations are aligned to EPR in the way that they're changing their behaviors. You'll see it a lot. They have ESG targets. They also understand the impact to our climate, and EPR enables those who are doing that work to be recognized for it and to be advantaged by it because their products are cheaper, because they don't have to recycle as much. And for those who are a little bit slower on the uptake, EPR will enable them to also go down that path.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. Really enjoyed reading through this. I did want to just dig into the communications rollout a little bit, just to because my understanding is that communication and education, the responsibility for that is being transferred over to the pro, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess, there's a difference in standard between like city standards as they are today, and then those that are being brought in through the EPR regulation. Like, how big of a learning curve, I guess, are we expecting Edmontonians to experience?
We took a look at the difference between what the regulation has stipulated as acceptable items and that which that in comparison to what Edmonton is currently collecting. And I'm happy to say that Edmonton is very close to what EPR is. Other municipalities aren't. They've had a really difficult time marketing some of those commodities, and so they'll have a bigger learning curve as to what can be put into their blue bags. Ours is very close. There are some differences. For example, we'll no longer be taking books, yet some of the styrofoam that you'll see is now going to be accepted. And so we're negotiating to continue on with the education, so we'd work in collaboration, yet we need to align as a province. So the nice thing about EPR is when you go to Calgary, when you move to, go to some of our regional cities and towns, it will all be the same standard regardless of where you go. And so that's really nice, in that you'll know what it is within the province of Alberta. You won't have to say this is the Edmonton standard, yet if you live in a municipality alongside us, maybe a different standard. So that is a nice advantage. It won't be a great learning curve for our public because we are fairly close, and we are bidding to do that work, to work in collaboration with them. So it'll be in a similar way that they've seen in the past.
Okay, that's really excellent to hear. And I guess, like, you're just really trying to be proactive about any potential pain points for Edmontonians. Like you mentioned books, for example, or the type of styrofoam. Are there things that you anticipate Edmontonians might struggle with?
Yeah, we do know that there's approximately what we perceive to be 12% contamination in our blue bags right now. And so they will look to reduce that contamination in order to more accurately receive material that aligns to their obligations. And so we do anticipate that there will be a lot of education to cleaning that waste stream or that recycling stream. Also, as described to Councillor Stevenson, our depots that are unmanned or with nobody there, that likely will be a consideration and a conversation, in that it creates complexities for this program. So those will be the two main areas, and then the other one is a little bit on the change of product.
Right. Okay, that's really, really helpful context, and great to hear that we're actually pretty well aligned here in Edmonton. Thanks.
Thank you. Just one more for me, Mr. Jubinville. So in past conversations about trash, you made mention of a comprehensive waste survey. I think I'm using the right words. And that starts in 2025. Can you just describe that?
Right. So we actually have two different ways to measure the effectiveness of our program. So one is through surveys, the other one's through a waste characterization study.
Okay.
So we currently have a survey open right now.
I was just going to ask about that.
Yeah, so what I'd like to do is promote that survey to residents and businesses, and that provides what they tell us with respect to their behavior and their activity. In 2025, we have a four-season characterization study, which will actually have people going through the waste through each of the 4 different seasons to determine the physical impact within the waste in the city of Edmonton and how the programs are either improving or not across the city.
Okay, so the survey email that I got last night is not the same thing as the waste study.
Correct.
It's a different
Waste
thing.
study is physically going through garbage. The survey is questions.
And what are they doing? Counting soup cans, pulling
Yep.
out like
Literally
that? Yeah, littering?
counting and weighing.
Okay.
Yep.
And is there categories?
There are categories, yes. So the waste characterization study is it's statistically relevant based on the categorization that we ask them to measure. And single-use item bylaw items will be within that waste characterization study.
So separately, like are they counted as a separate thing?
I'll ask my team as to what, if they know the different categories or if those have actually been defined yet. So hopefully I'll get you an answer back. And I do have answers to some of your other questions if you'd like. So in BC, the provincial bag fee, the provincial, not municipal, provincial bag fee took effect on July 15th of this year. So it already exists provincially.
And is that the same as ours in that you're asked if you want a bag and you pay a dime or a quarter if you do?
Yeah, and also for the recyclable bags as well.
Oh, and for the recycle, yes, okay, right. Okay, and then municipalities in Alberta, do you have that one yet? Yeah?
Yep, the municipalities.
Yeah, that one is, there's 3 in Alberta, so Wetaskiwin, Spruce Grove, and Banff.
And Edmonton.
And Edmonton, so 3 others. Yeah.
Okay. Spruce Grove, Wetaskiwin, and Banff.
Yep,
correct.
Okay. I'm interested in what that study actually counts, what the categories are, what the items are. You can shoot that in an email later. I don't have to wait for that.
Oh, I do have it now. It says we do count SUI items separately in each stream in the study.
Okay, I'm still interested in a breakdown of like what gets counted and what the categories are. Just what those people are doing when they're pulling people, my goodness,
not the people,
pulling
but their
stuff out
waste.
of the trash, and what are they counting actually? I'm interested in that.
And I would say we would also want to say like what the intent of that is. Like what does that result mean? Just like raw numbers doesn't tell you anything, but like what's the purpose and how do we interpret that? I think is something important we can share.
Well, do we have a baseline?
Yeah.
As an example? Yeah.
Yeah, and we do. And so
Yeah.
we've been doing waste characterization studies for quite some time, and we do it to determine our level of diversion and waste reduction for our roadmaps.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep. And this one has even more intent on SUI.
Have we reported on those waste
have.
studies before? We have, okay.
have, yep.
So maybe a reference to that. That can just be like I'm not moving a motion or anything, just a memo that maybe summarizes all of that would be great.
Sounds great.
Okay. I have no other questions. Councillor Tang?
I actually signed on to just move the recommendation.
Very good.
Do you want me to read it? Hang on.
Yeah.
Oh, that this report, CO 02676, be received for information. And then just one quick question. Just in terms of, because I know we're going to be talking about the climate plan next, but this portion of our recycling arm, in terms of the GHG reduction, in terms of our like diversion goal, I just want to make sure that you've done all the analysis. This transition is going to help, is going to further help that, not, do I mean like not see a reduction in those goals?
So it will be absolutely better for the province. Specific to our city, we've put a lot of effort on diversion, a lot. And so whether we'll see the same incremental increase to diversion that other municipalities might see, we may not. Yet our intent and goal is to work collaboratively with the pros to do the best we can as a city to not just maybe hit the provincial targets, but to exceed them. And through that, having the same levels of diversion or higher as we continue forward as an organization and as a city.
And part of that is because we have laid a very strong foundation with our waste strategy over the years, would you say?
Yeah, absolutely. We put a lot of attention into diversion and waste reduction.
Yeah. Okay, great. That's it. Thank you.
Councillor Tang, the climate action plan has already been passed. We're not talking about it today. Okay.
Yes, you're right. I think I'm more talking about, oh yeah, you're right. So we did pass it. I think I was asking this from that lens.
Okay, I just didn't want you to miss a chance to ask your questions.
Yeah, no, I had no question on that one. All good.
Very good. So motion on the floor. I don't see any further questions. Oh, I'm sorry, you put my name up there. That's why my name's up there, because I'm talking. Any further questions for administration? Speaking to the motion? Councillor Tang to close.
Not a ton. I think been anticipating this report for quite some time. I'm really glad to see the thoroughness that your team has done with this work. Really exciting, and it's good to also know that because of the foundation we have laid over the last few years, when this transition happens, it's going to be, I think, I don't know if smooth is the right word, but seems like lots in the go, and we're going to be able to maintain a lot of our waste strategy goals, the service level. And at the end of the day, Edmontonians won't necessarily see a ton of change, but I think that also shows in the way your team has worked with the provincial team to ensure that happens, and of course the producer responsibility organizations. So just much thanks because I know this didn't take just overnight. I feel like it's been a few years in the making. So thank you all for all those involved.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Okay, thank you for that. We're now on to items 7.6 and 7.7, which would be the Waste Services 2025 rate filing and bylaw.
Yeah, we can roll right into this presentation.
Okay.
Won't go through reintroducing everybody. Stephen will be joining us once I unlock the door for him. So we wanted to strategically have the EPR conversation ahead of the rate file because the EPR does impact the rate reduction. So that was done deliberately. Really, this is the Waste Services rate file presentation, and we'll be able to answer more of the financial related questions. And so then I'll pass it to Dennis to walk through the presentation.
Thanks, Craig. So we're at the Utility Committee today to present a proposed 2025 waste utility rates for discussion and approval. This is needed to assess the yearly cost to provide our comprehensive waste management services for Edmontonians. In June, we brought a report for information indicating that the financial impacts of extended producer responsibility would require a one-year rate filing in both 2025, and we will look at to how many years we do forward. Next slide. Through operational efficiencies in capital project management, our team has achieved a 0% change in utility rates needed to provide service in 2025. This will still allow us to pursue major projects in 25, like the continued rollout of our 3-stream sorting to apartments and condo buildings, a waste management strategy for non-residential waste, and working on increasing both our waste reduction and diversion rates. Next slide. Our 2025 rate filing is significantly impacted by extended producer responsibility. Once producers are obligated to manage and collect and dispose of their packaging and products, the city will not have to pay for their waste management costs. As mentioned in our previous EPR report, we are still in contract negotiations with the pros representing producers in Alberta. Although we remain in negotiations, we have aligned our 2025 rate filing to the provincial EPR regulation, requiring the pros to cover the full cost of residential recycling as of April 2025. Between our internal 0% change and the 10.7% EPR decrease in rates, administration is recommending a 10.7% reduction in utility rates for most ratepayers in 2025. Next slide. This table includes our proposed waste utility rate for next year. There's a flat $5.24 decrease for all curbside collection customers and a $3.33 decrease for apartment and condo collection customers. Although responsibility transfers to pros on April 1st, EPR revenue is prorated across the full year, allowing rates to take effect in January. This prevents a mid-year rate adjustment and allows us to conservatively estimate contract revenue to the city. Next slide. This slide highlights how while we're recommending a significant rate reduction in 2025, Waste Services has continually been finding service efficiencies across the past 5 years. Even before the financial impact of EPR was incorporated into our utility rate forecast, Waste Services would have submitted another rate filing below inflation in the Edmonton metropolitan area. Next slide. So we are recommending that 2025's utility rate be approved by Council. If this is the case, we also recommend approval of a supplemental capital budget adjustment to fund the Waste Services Climate Action Plan, and this can be done without any additional impact to ratepayers. Approval of an amendment to the Waste Services bylaw and add the new rates into the bylaw. If Council approves administration's recommendations, the new waste utility rates will take effect on January 1st of 2025. And that concludes our presentation. Happy to answer questions.
Thank you. We'll go first to Councillor Tang.
Right, because I selected it. Yeah, thank you very much. Maybe I'll just pick up on what I started to ask earlier. So this 10.7%, like, can you just like give me an estimate of the total amount that we're talking about?
I can see our finance. It is approximately $24 million.
$24 million.
In 2025.
That's I mean that's huge, and I guess and there has been no contemplation for putting any of that all or partly into, I guess, like a reserve to anticipate future, I don't know, like challenges that the waste might need.
So we made the decision to do a direct flow through from the impacts to EPR rate back to the ratepayer. From a utility perspective, you'll see within our equity and our cash balances, we do have a healthy reserve at present. So to have more of a reserve would actually put us into a bit of a difficult situation. So we felt it appropriate to do what we can to separate the two. So we're not subsidizing our operations with respect to this change.
Okay, no, that's good, because I know the reserve question have come up in the past, so it sounds like you did look at that, but just to be in line with a utility model practice, this is the recommendation you're going with.
That's correct, yes.
Yeah, I think I just, when I look at that chart, I mean, it's great to kind of see what you're proposing this year compared to past year. I just feel like the drop is so significant. It gives me a little bit of anxiety about, well, what if something unexpected happens down the road and we might have to raise it back up for whatever reason, and I don't know what those unexpected, policy change or whatever. I don't know. Can you just speak to some of those risks?
Absolutely. So the one risk that exists is if within the very near future we aren't able to negotiate contracts. If we don't negotiate contracts, we'll have to determine how we utilize the employees, the facilities and the vehicles in the next year or so. We'll still have a reduction in the cost because we aren't doing the work, but we'd have to transition. And we do have strategies for that today. The chance of that occurring based on where we are within our negotiations is something that does not cause me concern. And so that, in my mind, is not a concern. If, in fact, there is a difference between what we've put into the rate file and what we end up getting in the end with respect to these contracts, that is one of the reasons why we didn't want to do a multi-year rate filing. We wanted to figure that out and only have it impact the 1 year. Now, the worst that can happen is status quo, which is we don't reduce by 10.7%, we keep our rates flat. That is, that would be the worst that would happen, as you state, if there's something to happen and all of a sudden EPR went away. And so it would be status quo. So from a risk perspective to our utility, the risk is not high. It's very low, yet we wanted to make sure we had the ability to take a look at it after this year as we look to future years.
Okay. And then for the utility advisor, I've seen your report. You have lots of positive comments. I'm wondering for the answers administration gave you on some of your questions, like the ROE, the capital project. Sorry, no, not the ROE, the equity structure, the capital project and budget approval. Were you satisfied with those responses, and did you have any further follow-ups?
Well, I think you know me well enough to know that I'll never be satisfied with capital business cases. Well, maybe I would at some point, but that point is not here yet. But it's getting closer. It's much better. The one point that I think committee should really focus on is the equity ratio climbing above 40%. The reason for that is that every year the return on equity is set to include an allowance for operating risk, so cash is collected. But if it's not spent, if those risks don't actually occur, that money just accumulates, and that's what causes the utilities equity to increase. So it might be worthwhile the next time the utility fiscal policy is reviewed to think about how maybe that could be done differently. But overall, I have to say I was disappointed that I couldn't find any hot buttons in this particular application to push. It's hard to argue with a 10.7% reduction and 0% changes to the significant cost items.
Yeah, thank you so much for that.
Thank you. I am sorry, Mr. Beckett, I skipped over you. I should have given you an opportunity to offer that to start with. So I got so excited about the reduction, I couldn't help myself. Any other questions? Who would like to, I believe there's recommendations in 7.6 to start with.
I can move that the committee recommends to City Council budget that the 2025 Waste Services Utility rate filing as set out in Attachment 1 of the November 8th, 2024 City Operations Report CO 02415 be approved. And 2, that the funding source adjustments in the waste containers CM812005 and Greenhouse Gas and Mitigation Energy Transition Portfolio CM812049 capital profiles as outlined in Attachment 2 of the November 8th, 2024 City Operations Report CO 02415 be approved.
Thank you. Motion is on the floor. Anyone to speak to it? Councillor Paquette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just briefly want to give a big shout out to Waste Services for delivering a rare piece of good news, a reduction in waste utility rates for Edmontonians. So in times where costs seem to only go up, finding ways to cut rates through advocacy and working with other orders of government, through internal systems, to deliver this is no small feat. A lot of different efforts went into this, and a lot of kudos to all our partners. It's a great example of the ongoing commitment to finding efficiencies and value for residents. So to put it in perspective, I mean, someone may look at it and be like, well, $5 a month, what's that? Well, adding it up, I think the mill rate for Edmonton is something around $50. I'd have to get more specific, but that's exactly matching the mill rate on $100,000, which is a kind of a big deal. So just well done, entire team, for making this possible. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Anyone further? Councillor Tang to close.
Sure, yeah. I guess echo our gratitude to the entire team for preparing this filing. I might be a bit of a broken record, but I think my anxiety comes from, I think just the recognition that sometimes, policy, political landscape can change frequently and putting that pressure. But, I think it seems that your team have really anticipated a variety of those kinds of risks. And then I think to the utility advisor's point, I did ask some of those questions offline as well around the fiscal policy review, and it very much is on the radar of the team. So I think, coming forward, we'll continue to have lots of those conversations. But in the meantime, I actually didn't anticipate this huge change in the rate until I read the report. So I was pleasantly surprised, and I think you've captured just a lot of the analysis. Is very thorough, as your team always does. I was also particularly impressed with some of the commentary in the report around managing inflationary pressures, which this is why I really love the utility model, and you work within what you're given, and I think there's lots of lessons. Hopefully, our other departments can learn from. So thank you for this report. A rare good news story out of City Hall these days. I really appreciate all the efforts that's gone into it.
Great, thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Very good, thank you. So that takes us to item 9.1, which is a private.
Councillor Cartmel.
Yeah, I forgot the other one, didn't I? Yeah.
Yep.
All right. Item 7.7. I
Sure,
promised myself I wouldn't do that.
Mr. Chair, I can move that
Please.
to, this committee recommend to City Council budget that bylaw 20990 be given the appropriate readings. And if I can just take a moment to close.
Yes, please go ahead.
Just to correct, I kind of misspoke earlier. Rare news of rate reduction to this scale, but not rare good news out of City Hall. We have actually lots to celebrate frequently, so just wanted to correct my mistake
Someone
there.
got a text. All right. Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. Thank you, Aaron, keeping me on track. That now takes us to item 9.1, which is in private. So thank you all for being here. Enjoy your long weekend. I'll take a motion to go in private.
Sure, so moved, subject to,
24 and 25
thank you.
of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. Please vote.
Councillor Jans, we have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried.
We are in public.
Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, Chair Cartmel. I will move that option 2, as outlined in attachment 1 of the November 8th, 2024 Office of the City Clerk Report OCC 02747 be approved, and that the aforementioned report remain private pursuant to sections 24 and 25 of the Freedom of Information Protection of Privacy Act.
Thank you. Please vote.
In favor.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. We have one remaining item on the agenda. That is item 7.3, which is time specific for 1:30 this afternoon. I'll just see if there's any motions pending or any motions without customary notice. In case there was any of that work to do, I'm not aware of any. Very good. We are in recess then until 1:30. Thank you. All right, we'll call the November 8th meeting of the Utility Committee back to order and start with a roll call of committee members. Councillor Jans.
Here.
Councillor Paquette. Hello. Councillor Salvador. No, she may be late. Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Tang.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. All right, we are on to item 7.3, EPCOR distribution and transmission franchise agreements. So is there a presentation to start with? Okay, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Utility Committee. Today we are here to discuss amendments to the city's electricity franchise fee agreement with EPCOR as reflected through bylaw 20959. With me today is Stephen Chung, Finance Director of Utilities and Land Development, and representatives from Legal Services and City Operations to help answer questions. We also have members from EPCOR here today to help with the discussion as well. In terms of the agenda today, we will briefly discuss Bill 19 and the impacts it is having on the city's franchise fee agreements with EPCOR Electricity and ATCO Gas. We will then discuss the agreement most impacted by Bill 19, which is the EPCOR Electricity franchise fee agreement, provide some background and context related to the agreement, go over some options we considered in amending the agreement as a result of Bill 19, discuss our recommended changes, and then lastly go over some next steps, which are critical in order to have a revised franchise agreement approved by Alberta Utilities Commission, otherwise known as AUC, in the first quarter of next year. I will now turn it over to Stephen to walk you through some of the presentation.
Thanks, Herm. On April 22nd, 2024, the Government of Alberta introduced Bill 19, otherwise referred to as the Utilities Affordability Statutes Amendment Act. On May 16th, 2024, Bill 19 received royal assent and came into force through proclamation on June 20th, 2024. The key objective of Bill 19 was to help provide relief for many Albertans struggling with cost of living by making utility bills more affordable through lower franchise fees. To provide context, franchise fees are a business cost to the utilities for the exclusive right to distribute energy in the City of Edmonton. Franchise fee revenue is collected by the city and is used to fund general city services. The objectives of Bill 19 were proposed to be achieved through promoting more alignment on the municipal franchise fee setting process across Alberta, limiting municipalities from being able to generate surplus revenue, and ensuring stronger regulatory oversight by the Alberta Utilities Commission. To achieve this, Bill 19 includes a number of key changes to the legislation. Two key changes include the requirement of AUC approval for all electricity and natural gas franchise agreements. Previously, AUC approval was not required for franchise agreements for utilities that were owned by the municipality. An example of this was the City of Edmonton's franchise agreement for electricity with EPCOR. The second key change was the restriction of using variable rate commodity market prices in setting franchise fees. The AUC is expecting most franchise agreement applications to follow the AUC approved formula, which is based on a percentage of utility distribution revenue. This means that as the utility earns more applicable revenue, the municipality would also earn higher franchise fees revenue. Any deviation from the AUC recommended formula will likely bring increased scrutiny on municipalities to prove that their submitted formula is justified. This will be later discussed in the presentation. Next slide, please. The impact to the City of Edmonton is that the franchise agreements for electricity and natural gas will need to be submitted for AUC review and approval by March 17, 2025. The City's electricity franchise agreement with EPCOR Distribution and Transmission will need to be submitted to the AUC by December 4, 2024. The previous franchise agreement did not require AUC approval as the utility was municipally owned. As such, the formula for calculating franchise fees for electricity will need approval. This will be discussed later in the presentation. The city's natural gas franchise agreement with ATCO Gas will need to be submitted by January 10th, 2025. The previous franchise agreement has already received AUC approval and already follows the AUC approved formula. As such, no further action will be needed to approve the current formula, which is already following the AUC approved guidelines and calculated based on a percentage of actual utility distribution revenue. The city's selected rate is 35%, which is within the AUC allowable range. Next slide, please. As mentioned on the previous slide, the City of Edmonton's electricity franchise agreement is with EPCOR and provides the exclusive right to distribute electricity within the city. The current agreement was effective from January 1st, 2004 to December 31st, 2023. The City and EPCOR have agreed to a one-year extension to December 31st, 2024, and an additional extension until a new agreement takes effect on March 17th, after the new agreement is approved by City Council and the AUC. The proposed new franchise agreement and key terms are summarized in attachment 1 and 2 of this report. The current franchise fee calculation is unique to the City of Edmonton and does not directly align with the AUC recommended method of basing franchise fees on a percentage of applicable utility distribution revenue. The current franchise fee calculation is forecasted based on prior actuals and then adjusted by inflation based on CPI per Statistics Canada, annual system growth, which has been set at 1.5%, and a true-up based on the shortfall/overage based on prior year projections. I will now pass the presentation back to Harm for a quick update before we get into administration's analysis.
Thanks, Steve. So before we get into the details today, I wanted to provide Utility Committee on an update as regards to a late adjustment to the analysis in the report. We got it up here on the slide as well, so I'll try to walk you through this as easily as possible. So in attachment 3 of the report, it's labeled page 8 of 12. There's a table that includes an analysis of the changes in the franchise fee amounts from 2025 to 2027 when comparing the franchise fee revenues generated under the existing formula, which is labeled as option 1, to the franchise fee revenues generated under the AUC suggested franchise fee formula, which is labeled as option 2, based on using different franchise fee percentages down the left-hand column, ranging between 15% to 20%. So there was a misunderstanding between City and EPCOR, where the franchise fee revenue amounts included under option 2, which is using the AUC approved formula, should have reflected the franchise fee rate coming into effect on March 17th, 2025. So the table in the report currently shows the rate coming into effect January 1st, 2025, so for the full year. March 17th, 2025 is the more appropriate date to use, as that's when AUC will complete their review of the franchise fee agreement, and technically that would be the date we would be able to officially apply the new franchise fee percentage. So we have included the updated amounts on this slide for your reference, and it's in the green shaded section. So option 2 has been revised to reflect the updated 2025 franchise fee amounts with the rates effective March 17th, 2025. And accordingly, the increase and or decrease column as well in the green shaded section has been updated comparing the change to the current formula. The yellow section off to the side here includes the information that is currently in attachment 3 of the report for option 2, which is the amount starting January 1st, which we're going to be amending. So we have included a change column that shows the difference in the 2025 franchise fee amount based on the update. So generally speaking, the amounts were lowered by about 25%, reflecting the new rate not being implemented until March 17th, 2025. So I'll just walk you through a quick example just to make sure this is clear as we can be. So if we use 17.65% franchise fee percentage as an example, following along on the slide, we are now expecting the 2025 franchise fee revenue to be $92.97 million, compared to the $96.2 million that you would find in the report. So a reduction of around $3.2 million, which is also reflected here on this slide. So we truly apologize for this confusion, and we will update the report with the appropriate replacement pages to ensure that the items being presented to City Council on November 13th, when the bylaw is there for 3 readings, are reflective of the updated amounts. Thank you. I'll now hand it back over to Steve.
Microphone, Steve. Lean in a bit too, please.
Apologize.
Thank you.
So, so on the table here, shown on the slide, we're going to go through some of the options that administration considered in bringing forward this recommendation. So as the current formula does not comply with the AEC recommended formula, administration reviewed and considered potential options along with the pros and cons of each. Option 1 is to retain the current formula. So the pros of this option are more stable and predictable revenues, and it also includes a true-up for under and over collection. The cons of this approach is that the formula limits the revenue potential compared to the AUC recommended formula, which is a maximum of 20% rate, and as well, the formula is more complex to explain and justify given the variable nature of the different variables that the city has selected. Option 2 is to change to a formula based on a percentage of applicable utility distribution revenue. Pros of this option are that this formula aligns with the majority of Alberta municipalities. It is also less complex and easier to explain and justify, as well as it provides the flexibility for a municipality to potentially assign a percentage rate up to the maximum allowable rate of 20% if desired. This formula is also compliant with the AUC recommended formula. The cons of this option are this option presents more forecast risk for the city, as the actual franchise fee revenue can vary from budget amounts due to changes in actual distribution revenue versus the forecasted distribution revenue used for budgeting purposes. As a result, the city could collect more or less franchise revenue compared to budget. If option 2 is chosen, however, a percentage rate will also need to be determined. So in doing this, we looked at certain potential rate options. One is 15.5%, which would be approximately equivalent to the current effective formula based on EPCOR's forecast of applicable utility distribution revenue for 25, 26, and 27. The 55.5% rate will also generate electricity franchise fees close to the current franchise fees approved in the 25-26 operating budget under the previous formula. This will be discussed further on the next slide. The second option would be 17.7%, which is the average adjusted rate for municipalities in the Edmonton metropolitan area. This will result in approximately 10 to 13 million in additional annual expected revenue forecasted over the 25 to 27 period. The third option would be to implement a percentage rate between 15.5 and 17.7%. Next slide, please. So with that in mind, administration is recommending to implement option 2 based on a percentage of applicable utility distribution revenue. As part of this approach, administration has included a rate of 15.5% in the franchise fee bylaw. The 15.5% franchise fee was selected because this is the rate that will result in a total franchise fee amount over the 25-27 period being close to the amounts currently forecasted and included in the budget, with some additional revenues built in case of distribution revenue volatility. Based on distribution revenue forecast provided by EPCOR, this will result in additional franchise fee revenues of approximately $1 million in 25 and 26, and a reduction of $350,000 in 27 compared to the franchise fees currently budgeted and anticipated. Considering the potential fluctuations inherent in utilizing the distribution revenue forecast in the recommended formula, as well as this being a transition period for the change in formula methodology, we believe the 15.5% is reasonable and provides some flexibility in 25 and 26 in case actual distribution revenues are lower than forecast. The proposed formula also removes the true-up mechanism, which was included in the previous franchise fee formula. This means that any distribution forecast risk that might result in less franchise fee revenue than budgeted would now impact the city. Previously, through the true-up mechanism, the forecast risk was with the utility ratepayer, as future rates were adjusted to recover any under-collection of franchise fees in previous years. Given the change in methodology, the city also has the ability to increase the franchise fee rate up to 20% as permitted by the AUC. Based on what we have seen, there is no one best way to determine the appropriate franchise fee rate. The rate seems to vary amongst municipalities based on factors like property tax tolerance, system growth, population growth, inflation, and likely other particular factors impacting that municipality. If we were to recommend a rate other than a rate that keeps the franchise fee amount close to what we have in the budget right now, which is the 15.5%, we would want to do a thorough review of the evaluation process, most likely involving external consultants and experts in this field. That being said, it's not unreasonable to align the franchise fee rate to the rates being charged by surrounding municipalities. Generally speaking, municipalities in similar regions are facing the same financial, economic, and population factors, which all impact the valuation of the franchise. I will now pass the presentation back to Harm to discuss next steps.
Thanks, Steve. So this slide outlines the next steps required leading to the AUC approval on March 17th, 2025. So today Utility Committee will be recommending to City Council that bylaw 20959 be given 3 readings and passed at the November 13th City Council meeting with any amendments you might make. Next week on November 13th, City Council will approve bylaw 20959, ultimately approving the new franchise fee formula and the franchise fee percentage rate, currently reflected as 15.5% of distribution revenue. The electricity franchise fee agreement will then be advertised and submitted to AUC on December 4th. The ATCO Gas Natural Franchise Fee Agreement will be submitted to AUC on January 10th, 2025, as no changes are being recommended to that franchise fee agreement, and it was previously aligned with the AUC approved methodology for calculating franchise fees. AUC will be completing their review by March 17th, 2025, formally approving our franchise fee agreement and bylaw, which would come into effect on that date. Thank you. We'll take any questions.
Great, thank you. We'll go first to Mr. Beckett, see if there's any thoughts that he might like to share.
Well, one thought that I would like to share, throughout this presentation, they talked about revenue, but revenue to the city is a cost to the customers, so you can't forget that there's a balancing act there. And I also noticed in the franchise agreement that there are 2 or 3 sections which are intentionally deleted, which relate to sale of utility assets, and I was wondering what caused those to be originally included and then subsequently deleted.
I wonder if maybe we should get answers to those questions first. Can you address that?
So I think I'm going to hand over the sale of the utility assets maybe to some of our operational representatives, or maybe Jessica from legal can take a shot at it first.
Sure.
I can speak briefly to that. The model agreement came from AUC, and it contemplates having a third-party retailer, whereas in our case, we own EPCOR, so that's why that was removed from that section.
Okay. Is it as simple as that? It's just...
No, that deals with one of them, but there's 2 others that deal with sale of the utility assets. Clause 10, for instance.
Apologies, I'm just going to have to find that section.
So Councillor Cartmel, while Jessica and operations are looking for that, I can answer the other question posed by the utility advisor. So we do reference the revenue impact quite a bit throughout the presentation. And I think we were mindful in when we set the proposed rate at 15.5%, we were trying to minimize the impact to the utility ratepayer as much as we possibly could.
Yeah, keep it relatively the same.
That was our objective. We built in, as you can see in 25 and 26, a bit of a cushion just because now we're working with distribution revenue forecasts, which we never had to work with before. So as you guys have seen in the ATCO gas franchise fee, we do experience some fluctuations, so we just wanted to be mindful of that. So that's how we dealt with it from the utility ratepayer impact.
Do you know how, so presumably the fees and the costs are all effectively end up on the bills to the ratepayer. Do you know how those are calculated? Maybe, and that might be an EPCO question. Do you know how those are calculated? And is it proportional to the amount of electricity energy used, or is it a flat rate? How does that happen?
So generally speaking, it is consumption-based, yes.
It's consumption, yeah.
Yeah. Consumption-driven, I should say. Consumption-driven.
So in other words, if I'm a ratepayer, I can reduce the impact of this franchise fee on my bill by using less electricity?
In the proposed recommendation, yes.
Yes. But if that happens at scale, then that reduces revenue to the city, and then we bear that risk in a general revenue way. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, so I've just found the original language that was removed, and basically the section provides for the company to transfer the assets back to the municipality and the termination of the agreement. In this case, in that case, we have other rights to wind up due to corporate statutes. So it didn't really match up with the actual circumstance. We were trying to fit a model agreement that is applicable to a third-party relationship. So when the new legislation came in, there were some things about the model that made a lot of sense and some just did not make sense. We didn't have a provision like this in our former franchise agreement.
So can you tell us a bit more then? So the 2 that I see are the sale of the distribution system and the right of first refusal to purchase the distribution system. And why, what's different about our circumstances that?
We would have rights under our bylaws and as shareholder to approve any sale. So
We have shareholder rights as well.
shareholder rights basically would override that need.
Okay, so,
Yeah.
and would the shareholder rights supersede this agreement in any event? Even if they were included, even if that wording was included?
I
Like,
believe so.
This makes it cleaner, but,
Yeah, yeah, I believe that our shareholder rights would override this agreement. I haven't really done that analysis, but I can put something together explaining that.
well, it's just that there's a presumption there, you know, so at this table, we're a regulator, by and large, and we're effectively being asked to approve an agreement that removes the corporation's rights, the City of Edmonton's corporation's rights for first refusal to take the distribution system, because we're also the shareholder, and that feels like, it feels conflicty to me, given the hat that we're wearing today. I mean, I'm no lawyer.
Well, I believe in this case, for the franchise agreement, we are not wearing our regulator hat. The AUC is the regulator in this case, and we are acting in the interest of
The corporation.
the corporation.
And because the corporation is a sole shareholder of the utility, then we have those rights. Okay, well, it kind of flows. What do you think, Mr. Beckett?
Well, approval of a franchise agreement is a regulatory function. In this case, the Utility Committee doesn't need to duplicate the efforts of the Alberta Utilities Commission, so, and I view the Alberta Utilities Commission as totally competent in this area.
I'm guessing you would.
But if I had my druthers, and this is engineering lawyer talk.
I hear you. Yeah.
I would simply include a provision here that states that these issues are subject to other agreements.
Okay, maybe we can think about that. I'm going to go to other questions. My question for you, Mr. Beckett, though, is who's ultimately the regulator here? I mean, if we pass a bylaw, the AUC could supersede that, could they not? They could simply say, no, we don't accept that, try again, could they not?
Well, I think you remain the regulator, because if the AUC didn't agree with it, they would send it back to you to be changed. And then you, acting as a regulator, would have to approve some change. It's pretty gray.
It's great. Yeah, there's overlap. Okay, I hear you. Thank you. Councillor Stevenson. Oh, Karen, I'm sorry. Councillor Tang.
Oh, good. Actually, I think that was, because I was wondering, you've had your report for all the other report for the rate filing and stuff, except for this one. I was kind of curious why. And was it because this is a policy discussion versus a regulatory discussion?
Well, my contract doesn't really encompass EPCOR distribution and transmission. So I didn't weigh in on that aspect of it, but I do provide advice, regulatory advice if asked, and I think I was asked.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for that. I guess I thought this was pretty interesting. I guess first I wanted to maybe trying to understand the problem that Bill 19 is trying to solve first. This came after we had a very volatile energy bill period last winter, correct?
Correct.
And the minister took that and said, we need to put in some measures to control all the variations and fluctuations in the billing, correct?
Correct.
Why were the bills fluctuating so much during that period? I know we got EPCOR memos, but if someone can kind of summarize why those energy bills were fluctuating so much.
So, sorry, I'm going to be very careful how I say this. So there were instances through the province where some municipalities were calculating the franchise fee revenue based on a variable commodity rate, given that, as an example, RO rates peaked at the highest levels in history since the rate was calculated, that caused a dramatic shift in franchise fee revenues in certain areas within the province.
In certain areas within the province. Were we one of those areas?
No.
Okay.
So our calculation is not based on our current calculation is not based on a variable commodity rate at all.
As to protect the ratepayer from suffering from such high fluctuations.
Correct.
To provide some certainty. Okay, that's helpful. So it did end up having to do with, I thought for some reason energy prices were high, but it really had to do with franchise fees or local access fees.
I think Bill 19 addresses local access fees. I don't want to presume there were not other variables to the
There
decision.
were other variables, but currently as part of a problem that has many factors, this one addresses one piece, whereas the other pieces are still is still out there.
That would be fair. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for that. And so now that we are moving to this direction, like we don't really have a choice to kind of keep with option one effectively. Because then we will be non-compliant to the legislation, right?
Technically, you could submit.
Then they would just,
whether you get approved is another story.
Right.
We've aligned to the AUC recommended franchise fee.
Yeah. No, and I appreciate that, but I mean, our formula, like there was no problem with our previous formula with the way we were calculating it, and we weren't necessarily one of the areas that contributed to the problem that Bill 19 was trying to solve, right?
So Bill 19 addresses the fluctuation of franchise fees. Bill 19 also refers to reducing ratepayer risk. So from that perspective, administration, with our recommendation, has done adjustments to address both those.
Mm-hmm. And then with the option 2A, which is kind of adjusted AUC formula, but that matches very closely to what our current formula is, there will be zero impact to the monthly bill of a ratepayer.
So
or just very slightly.
Yeah, so the transition between the two methodologies is not perfect. So what we would say is this balances the transition in an effective manner that we think is appropriate.
Mm-hmm. And then that option 2B, what would be the impact on the monthly billing?
I think perhaps I'd like to pass it over to EPCOR,
please,
who can discuss that.
Thank you. So we have done some calculations of the expected average impacts to a regular monthly residential bill. A change of 1 percentage point to the franchise fee percentage calculation on a typical monthly residential bill is about 45 cents a month. So if we apply that calculation to the different outcomes, a 17.7% franchise fee rate is about $7.93 a month, compared to the 15.5% franchise fee percentage, which is about $6.94 a month.
So a difference of, so that's a difference of $1 something. I didn't write down those fast enough, but like a difference of $1.
Right, so about 45 cents per month per percentage point increase from the 15.5%.
Thank you, appreciate that. I'm way out of time, I'll come back.
Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. Yeah, that was a question for me. But looking at, again, the regional average, I believe, was 17.65-ish. And so that's about $1.50-ish, I think a little bit less per month. Okay, that's very helpful. Something I wanted to ask Finance, given that there is going to be greater volatility in the new franchise fees, are we looking to start treating that funding source a bit differently, like in the way that we treat investment dividends, their pay-go, because they do fluctuate year to year? Or is the stable customer base enough of a risk mitigation that we won't fundamentally change how we're accounting for those dollars?
I think it's too early to say right now. We'll have to see how this plays out. But yeah, there is a stable customer base, so we're hoping for not too much volatility. We haven't seen a lot historically either when we look back. But as you see, when we come forward with our budgets for the next 4-year cycle, and when we come forward with our risk-based review on the FSR, we have built some extra risk mitigation in there in case we do start to see volatility in this area.
And would we ever do something, for example, maybe create a reserve account where we're maybe doing that, or like we budget for a certain amount. If it's over 1 year, we put that in the reserve. If it's under, then we can draw from the reserve.
So we haven't considered a specific reserve for this, but essentially that's kind of what our financial stabilization reserve is, right? So if we see fluctuations like that, it would be absorbed or offset by the financial stabilization reserve. And when we're doing our risk-based review of our FSR, which you'll see here in a couple of weeks, you'll see how we've considered that.
Okay. So mechanisms are in place that will manage that, and then we have a different relationship with EPCOR distribution on the electrical side of things. Is it typical, or is there scope to include any sort of performance requirements in the franchise agreements? Again, I think EPCOR as an organization is very well on updating the grid, preparing for electrification. But is performance measurements ever built into the franchise fee in terms of what, in addition, in return for having a monopoly in our jurisdiction, do we ask for anything other than the franchise fee?
I think I might defer that response to our legal group. We probably have a bit more history on the franchise agreement.
So the idea is just, is it typical, is it necessary? So I want to say again, I think EPCOR as an organization is very on top of this. I'm very confident as a shareholder in terms of the plan and the work that's happening around providing the security to our electrical grid. But I don't know what I can point to that guarantees that. So as a regulator, we do it through our regulatory process. Do we ever put that sort of performance requirements into a franchise agreement?
I don't know that we've historically put it in the electric franchise agreement, just where there is such close monitoring by the AUC.
Mm-hmm.
So they kind of take on that regulator function for us. That's not to say that might be something that could be explored.
Okay. No, that's helpful. I mean,
Councillor
nothing.
Stevens, I just want to add one thing,
sorry.
and I'm not sure if it's going to answer your question, but I was trying to wrap my head around this. So, like water and wastewater, you are the regulator of that. So
We've got our PBR.
Yeah, you do the PBR stuff.
Yeah.
With electricity, AUC is the regulator. So.
And I think what I would say is that I know that on the water side of things, I know that EPCOR is very proactively addressing climate change. They're going above and beyond, I think, many other utilities. And so maybe what I'm not clear on is is the AUC, how progressive are they being on preparing the grid for future electrification? And if there's a gap there, do we have an opportunity through the franchise agreement to ratchet that up? This is more academic at this point. I don't have any motions, anything like that, but just a point of curiosity for me, I guess.
It's a good question. We will think about that as well.
And we can talk. I don't need a formal response or anything like that, but an area of interest for sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you. And so just back to kind of problems we're trying to solve. Are there other municipalities in Alberta that will be affected other than Edmonton, Calgary? Because I feel like most of them are already on the percentage. Is that right?
So all municipalities will have to submit their agreements for approval.
Okay.
As part of the Bill 19.
Right.
Whether or not they will all get approved, we'll have to see the process.
But the formula part, the transition to
the majority of the utilities in Alberta are not municipally owned, so they're
already on
they're on the percentage of distribution.
That's right.
We're just not familiar with what else is in their agreement.
Okay, fair enough. I think when this bill came out, it was the name change from RRO to the rate of last resort that really got a lot of media attention. This one wasn't really on my radar until obviously this report. So I so I read this with a lot of interest. I guess I wanted to understand a bit of that true-up mechanism. We've had, for our original formula, we built that in to prevent over-under collecting and kind of preventing a little bit of that fluctuation, as you said earlier. So in this case, if I look at that green table in attachment 3, if I look at 2027, for example, if we went with a recommended 15.5, there will be a shortfall. And then since we have no mechanism to true it up, what you're recommending is we add a clause to say that we have room to move up to 20%. But every time we change that number, don't we have to reapply?
So I guess the first thing I would say is those two decision points are different.
Okay.
They're separate decision points in terms of, so your first comment about the forecast risk, that is true. We would potentially have less in that year, but that would be part of the risk that would be borne by the utility based on the new proposal. The decision to move to a higher rate would be based on an evaluation of what would be the appropriate rate for the city of Edmonton going forward, irrespective of what's happening in 2027.
Right.
And I'll just add to that just quickly what Steve said. So yeah, in 2027, based on the distribution forecast we have today, we think it'll be different than what we had anticipated by around $350,000. But you also see a bit of an upside in 25 and 26 as well. So we were trying to average it over the forecast period, and like Steve said, it's difficult to do. So that's how we landed on the 15.5. But you're right that there is more risk.
Yeah, and I appreciate you left that little bit of a cushion room, but to me, that cushion room is still highly risky. My preference would be a bigger cushion room. And then just sort of on the side note, I think you said it was 1.5% systems growth. I was wondering, given the population growth that we're experiencing, we're having lots of homes being built. Is that a reasonable estimate for systems growth?
So the system growth number is a number that is set when we do our renewals and when we work through the renewal process, determine if it seems appropriate going forward. Generally speaking, year over year, it has seemed appropriate. However, as part of this new process in our second portion of our recommendation, we do see the value in reassessing the overall impacts of all variables, including that as well, to see if there is a need to increase the formula percentage as a result.
And then when you wrote the report, we didn't know what Calgary's decision was, but do we know now? Has that changed or no?
So currently, it has not been approved yet. We have some idea of what they're proposing, but nothing's been approved yet.
Okay.
So we can share some high-level details based on what we know from AUC documentation that we've been able to access. It's public. So they're looking at probably a franchise fee rate of around 19% is kind of what the AUC application says. And we can't really tell in a lot of detail what the franchise fee formula is based on, but we think it's based on the amount they need within their operating budget to fill like what they need in their operating budget.
As do most municipalities when they make franchise fee decisions, when they have to kind of look at the operating budget, right?
It's a mix. So when we did our cursory review, there was some decisions we could tell from minutes of council that suggested that. Others we couldn't tell for sure. So it's not clear for all municipalities.
I do just have a couple more questions before I put because I do have a motion that I would like the committee to entertain. Just one more question. In terms of the process, you have that timeline. What if AUC doesn't approve, and it has to send back to the municipality to reassess? Would it then? Because then they have a deadline, right? March 17th.
Yeah, so I can walk you through how we've kind of interpreted this internally. Mm-hmm. So we are pretty confident in our application that it'll go through AUC approval. It aligns with their formula. It's a reasonable rate, we think. So if something were to happen on March 17th where it wasn't approved, in the spring supplemental budget adjustment we have later in April, or April 2025, we would come forward with some kind of adjustment that's required because these franchise fee revenues are built into the operating budget.
Okay. And then I guess just one last question to Mr. Beckett. You have lots of experience with AUC, obviously, and adding this additional oversight, having AUC approve it, in your opinion, is the best practice, would you say?
Well, the overall goal of the provincial government is to bring consistency to these agreements, and the AUC is the provincial body that can make that happen. So I don't know if it's best practice, but I think it's inevitable.
Fair enough. Okay, thank you very much. So given the discussion, and I very much appreciate some of the answers that all of you have given. I would like to move. That Schedule A, Section 5A of Bylaw 20959 be amended by deleting and replacing 15.5% with 17 65/100%.
Thank you. So motion on the floor. Would you like to introduce that?
Yeah, I think, I appreciate all the analysis, and I'm trying to kind of keep essentially the outcome status quo without having too much impact. But I think there's a lot of concern I have around, are we allowing enough cushion? And in years where, there will be an undercollection, we don't necessarily have the same kind of true-up mechanism that we used to have. My preference would be a greater cushion for that. I think, 17.5, this is the average that regional municipalities are at, and I don't know why we're not, I don't know why we need to kind of penalize ourselves for an issue that we didn't cause the problem on. And if we are going to be forced down this path, I'd rather have a more reasonable number that gives us a bit more cushion space to manage some of those fluctuations. And, it's a bit of a common theme I'm seeing in all the reports today. We are, once again, in a highly volatile political environment where I think anything can happen. And I just don't want to wait until a few years down the road, further changes happen, and this will have an even bigger impact on us, on the municipal finances. So I rather something that will be, I guess, a bit more stable and consistent with what other municipalities are already doing. That's it.
Thank you. So I guess to the clerk, this motion amends the schedule. Should we be amending the bylaw, or is this adequate? I'm not sure. I guess, has that been tested?
I would say that it is part of the bylaw, so it is amending the bylaw. And then if this should pass, it would be the bylaw as amended. Is that what you were?
That's kind of where I was headed, yeah. Okay. Councillor Paquette?
Yeah, no, it's interesting. I just want to run this past Mr. Beckett.
Get his views on the proposed amendment. Is that your question?
Yeah, please.
Sure. Yeah, Mr. Beckett, any thoughts on that?
Well, it's really a policy decision. It's up to the city to set the franchise fee. I understand the concern with building in a cushion as you embark upon this new model. You can always change it back down if you find that it's over collecting. So notionally, I don't have any difficulty with the suggestion.
Okay, perfect. That's actually all I wanted. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other questions? Maybe I'll ask administration if there's any further thoughts on this. I know you picked a number to sort of match more or less the overall revenue. Does this present any concerns or apprehensions for you?
No concerns or apprehensions. The only thing I'll add to this is that AUC will ultimately have to approve this on March 17th. So if this passes and if this is what we go forward with, we will amend our operating budget to reflect the additional revenues and whatever impacts those may be. If something happens on March 17th that's contrary to this, then in the spring we'll be having to...
We'll square it up in the spring, basically.
Right.
Okay.
Which could mean, like, if this goes through, that, and depending on how council decides to use this money during budget deliberations, if it's reducing the tax levy, and on March 17th this isn't approved the way it is, then in the spring we'd be looking for something similar, like a tax increase potentially. So I just wanted to highlight that.
Right. So I'm just going to repeat what I think I heard you say. If this motion passes, that has a positive effect on our budget, which, barring any other motions, could serve to reduce the tax levy. But if the AUC doesn't approve that, then we could be in a situation where we're reversing some changes in the spring. That's the caution.
You said that much better than I tried to say.
So in that, then, given that, and I think Councillor Tang has pegged this to the average value across the region, as for the notes in attachment 3, have your interactions with AUC indicated that would be met with favor, disfavor, ambivalence?
I can't speak to that. I'm not sure if Stephen has any comments, but I don't have any insight.
Don't have any. Okay.
I think the only comment I would give would be that the proposed 17.7% is within the AUC guidelines, up to the maximum of 20%.
Yeah.
So technically speaking, it's within their allowed. So there are a number, sorry, I shouldn't say that. There are other municipalities that already are charging 20%. So.
Yeah, I am most intrigued by the potential rate that's being offered by Calgary, and we seem to compare favorably in that regard. So it seems.
Based on what we've seen in these AUC documents.
Yeah, don't want to over-presume anything, but.
Correct.
Okay, those are my questions. Councillor Tang?
I guess just a few questions before we vote. On Bill 19, they did engagement back in July, or over the summertime, is that correct?
Just clarify, you mean Calgary?
No, the government of Alberta, they did some engagement on this particular legislation change, as they do, typically with any kind of legislation change. I just want to know, did we participate in that? Did we have any particular stance going into the engagement? I don't know if you can speak to that.
I'm not aware, although perhaps EPCOR might have some commentary.
I'm not aware of any particular public engagement that was done by the province in advance of this legislation, but we can look into it.
Oh, I thought there was, and I thought we were engaged. Okay, interesting. And then just a bit on the timeline again, because I know, and I guess a bit of process for AUC decision making. Like, what are you aware of are the factors they will take into assessing whether or not a proposed formula is adequate or not for that municipality? Do you have any insights?
I don't have any insights, but I'll look to others to see if they have any insights.
I guess all I would say is nothing beyond what's currently in the legislative documents that have already been circulated.
Yeah, because I don't think we're doing anything kind of outside of the parameters we were given, right?
Perhaps I might defer to legal, because I believe they have had some conversations with the AUC. I don't know if they would have something to add.
Before you go to legal, though, like everything you're proposing, even with this amendment, is in line with what AUC guidelines.
Yes, in conversations that I've had with AUC, you do have to explain where your rationale is for your rate and compare it to your current rate. That said, it seems like you really only get into the sticky territory if you go above that 20% limit. So you'd have to justify that.
Yeah.
As far as process goes for even adjusting the fee after it's set, each year you can, the municipality can set a new rate up to 20, with only a notice period and a submission to AUC. There's no need for further approval.
Oh, okay. That's actually good to know. I don't know if Mr. Beckett, you have any insights in terms of that decision-making matrix?
Well, in my experience, the AUC doesn't pay much attention to the needs of the revenue requirement of the municipality. What they're trying to assess is what's a fair compensation for the utility to pay for access to the ability to serve.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't expect that they would be looking with very much interest into the impact on the revenue to the municipality. What they're really concerned about is the utility paying a fair and reasonable price for the franchise.
That's very helpful. All of it was very helpful. Okay, thank you. I think those answered all my questions. I had a lot on this item and appreciate my colleagues' patience. That's it.
Okay, that's it for questions. Speaking to the motion? Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thank you very much. I wanted to speak briefly to thank the mover for bringing this motion forward. I think it's a really reasonable approach. Again, it aligns with our regional partners, and I think helps provide that buffer. When I think about fair compensation, the city as an organization, we provide so many services that enable the customer base for this utility. And as we've talked about before, we also bear, we also serve an entire region. So I think aligning our rates to reflect the regional role that we play as a city, makes a lot of sense. Looking at the impact to residential ratepayers, again, I think we're still balancing affordability and ensuring that we can continue to provide the city services that, again, help enable this utility to run their business. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tang to close.
Not a whole lot to add beyond what I already said in my introduction. I know the team you spent quite a bit of time preparing this, and I actually thought, all three options under 2 were pretty reasonable, and I think going with your middle option kind of balances everything out. So I just want to appreciate all the work that's being done, again, on an issue that not caused by us, but we have now to follow new frameworks. And again, in this, I think, political environment, a lot of things give me anxiety. And I think just having, as much buffer space, as Councillor Stevens mentioned, I think will help ease some of the future risks we may face. In any case, I think this is a pretty reasonable move, and I look forward to being being kept in the loop in terms of the decision making, and looking forward to submitting this and the AUC decision. Thank you for everybody involved, and thank you for our guests for being here for this report.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Thank you. That completes our agenda for today.
If we could also move the bylaw reading for this one as well.
I'm really definitely going home after this.
I'm
sorry, we amended it, we didn't, go ahead, Councillor Stevenson.
That's all right. I'm happy to move that Utility Committee recommends the November 2024 City Council that bylaw 20959 as amended be given the appropriate readings.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. Do I have to correct any other mistakes, Chair Norton?
No, we are good now. Thank you, Councillor Cartmel.
Meeting adjourned. Have a great weekend.